time for the Senate to come back to order. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Thank you, Pro Tem, if you get a chance, thank you, Pro Tem, for providing everybody with lunch today. Senate will come back to order, and we'll hopefully, if our author is available here. Are you ready, Senator? Senate Bill 57. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 57 by Senator Hickman of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to state government so as to authorize and provide for the regulation and taxation of sports betting in this state. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 57, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to state government so as to authorize and provide for the regulation and taxation of sports betting in this state, to provide for additional powers and duties of the Georgia Lottery Corporation, to change certain provisions relating to the shortfall reserves maintained within the Lottery for Education account, to provide for the Georgia Lottery Corporation to engage in certain activities related to sports betting. That completes the order, Mr. President. Oh. Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others offer the following amendment. Amendment 1 to amend Senate Committee substitute to Senate Bill 57 by adding the following on line 347 after 5027-144, and such regulations governing the treatment and aftercare of horses shall consider and utilize standards. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 4th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's great honor for me to speak about Senate Bill 57. I first of all would like to thank the senator from the 32nd, the senator from 24th, senator from 21st, senator from 56th, senator from the 13th, senator from 42nd, senator from 14th, and senator from the 19th for giving us a friendly amendment on this. And as the secretary stated a few minutes ago, many of you, and I'll get into the bill in just a second, many of you are not familiar with something called the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Act, but that was actually passed by Congress 2 years ago and signed by President Joe Biden, and been funded. But all this has done is to put more arms around the protection of these animals and all. So let me remind you that many of you that were here last year and the year before, that we actually passed a sports betting bill with 41 votes a year or so ago, and we also passed a horse racing bill with 34 votes. Now, both of those required constitutional amendments, so that was some of the issues. But this is a very clear and equitable bill. So the main thing on this bill is this bill treats all sports as the same, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, Atlanta Hawks or horse racing, is all the same. It allows the Georgia Lottery, and this is where we've been working on this thing so hard, is in the Georgia Lottery right now. The lottery prohibits pari-mutuel betting and prohibits casinos. Okay, it does not prohibit the fixed odds betting, which we were talking about here with sports betting and with the horse racing. So sports betting is deemed a lottery game. Let me say that again. Sports betting is deemed a lottery game. And the permits, there's going to be 3 tracks for the horse racing people. There'll be 3 tracks, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. The difference between Senate Bill 57 that we're giving to y'all today and others, and maybe another bill in the Senate, and the horse sports betting bill, is that Senate Bill 57, listen to this, Senate Bill 57 creates jobs. When you just bet on sports on your phone, there's basically no jobs being created because you're doing it right on this. And so the Senate Bill 57, because of the potential of 3 racetracks in Georgia, will create, if you remember we talked about this last year, it will create up to 8,500 jobs, according to our economic impact study, and have over $1 billion economic impact. And for y'all, most of y'all that in rural Georgia like myself and Senator Sims, this is important for rural Georgia. You know, this is farming, agriculture jobs. Horse racing is legal in Georgia. There's many tracks already, but this allows it to have regulations around it, put our arms around it, and it allows the Georgia Lottery to create a gaming commission which will regulate the industry and protect horses in Georgia. As I stated earlier, the Horse Racing Integrity Safety Act was signed by President Joe Biden a couple of years ago, and that because of our great senator from the 32nd who brought this out. That's the reason the friendly amendment's here. Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. I'll give you an answer also. Will this bill authorize casinos? Let me tell you, the answer is a big no, N-O, okay? It will allow you to bet on horse racing in Georgia, but no casinos and no pari-mutuel betting, okay? What is fixed odds betting? Fixed odds betting is that when you make a bet, whatever amount the odds are at that time, that's what your odds are at payoff. Pari-mutuel betting is the more you bet on a particular item, the lower the odds get. Right now, all the betting that many of you, I shouldn't say many of you, but I know some of you do this, bet on sports on your phone, and for you got contacts in Tennessee or Florida, like I do, those are fixed odds bet, okay? Just like, and you'll be able to do this just like we currently are betting on the Falcons, the Braves, the Hawks, NASCAR. You'll be able to bet on Tiger Woods at the Augusta National, those type of things. More important, just as important here, and many of y'all have asked me about this too, there's no off-track betting. So you won't have a place right across the street out here that you got a bunch of simulcasting going on and you'll be able to bet. That won't happen. It's only at the tracks. And our experts estimate that revenues from these sports and all will probably 90% of them come from outside the state of Georgia. You know, we got 11 million people in Georgia. We got, 300 million people in the United States. Everybody in Georgia, everybody in the United States is looking at us and wants to be a part of us. Again, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. An equine industry has existed in Georgia for many years, but there is no incentive for the owners, breeders, to breed and foal in Georgia. Now, many people, including myself, we raise our animals in Florida, horse in Florida. We transport them to Kentucky, right up 75. We breed them, sell them in Kentucky, take them back to Florida, and we race them in Florida, Kentucky, New York, those type of states. Thus we actually having millions of dollars that leave the state of Georgia each year for this. Again, let me mention, fully understand it. Again, our bill, Senate Bill 57, will be controlled and managed by the Georgia Lottery. All sports are treated equal. In one of our committee meetings, somebody brought up about high school sports. There is nothing in this bill, and we would never let anything in this bill allow to be bet on high school sports. But I was glad to ask the question. No casinos. Remember we said that. Fixed odds, not pari-mutuel. 8,500 jobs, $1.1 billion economic impact. All money's in the lottery, Georgia Lottery. Our experts also estimate that anywhere from $250 to $300 million a year is additional money that's going to lottery. Now, what does that mean for us? Many of y'all have sit in our committees that Senator 45th and I have chaired, and you've heard the stories about our pre-K not being fully funded, and you've heard the stories about our children not attending pre-K. This will be additional money for that, and it also will be additional money for other universities and all, and I'll get into that in just a second. Mentioned to you about the Horse Racing Integrity Safety Act. Sports betting is deemed a lottery game. Again, we have an opportunity to create an industry with 8,500 jobs and $1.1 billion economic impact. This is very important. You know, all the economic jobs and all we've had announced in Georgia the last several years, had significant tax credits, had significant tax incentives, had in some cases no property taxes. This bill provides for no tax credits, no tax incentives, and no discounted property taxes. These will stand on their own. The senator from the 15th and the 2nd and the senator from the 5th has helped me a lot on some of this. But one thing we need to address is that because of their help and working with us, we have a lot better language in this bill for minority businesses. And we addressed that in the committee meeting, and Senator Rahman was the first one to bring it to my attention. We addressed it, and we expanded it for minority businesses. Also, there's been some talk about needs-based funding. Our bill goes even further than that. Our bill puts limits on reserve fund for lottery. So more money, so the reserve fund for the lottery will have less money in reserve, so it will force more money out of the lottery to pre-K and possibly to more university funding. So I would like to thank those senators for helping us work that out. Thank y'all, and I really would appreciate you voting for Senate Bill 57. And Mr. President, I will take questions.
Senator from 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator, one of the things that a lot of people are concerned about is the fairness of it, the impact, the economic impact that flows back throughout the whole community. And in that, couched in that, is the needs-based idea that would flow to all corners of the revenue that flows from it. What is your take on that? Is there going to be an attention paid to that, or how does that work?
Yes, sir. What's going to happen in this? Actually, in the lottery right now, the language in the lottery is that the shortfall reserve fund is based upon 1 year, 50% of the net proceeds of 1 year. Okay. So our bill has got a provision in it that said the net reserve fund, shortfall reserve fund, will be based on the average of 3 years. So theoretically, we're going to have less money in the reserve fund, which will push more money out to the pre-K and the needs-based funding and the university system.
Senator, further you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
In another area, there's a figure, I believe, of $1.1 billion revenue, as opposed to some conversation I've heard about lower that expectation to like 50 million. What makes you optimistic that it will reach that $1.1 billion figure?
Well, Senator, we actually hired Georgia Southern University last year before last, I've yet to do an economic impact study for us. And that's based upon their numbers. And we've actually compared their numbers to what's happening in Indiana and Kentucky. And our numbers are very conservative compared to what Indiana, for instance, last year, their economic impact was over $2 billion is what I read.
And further, one further question.
Yes,
about the 8,500 jobs approximately. What is going to be the attraction? What's going to make it reach that level?
Well, obviously,
I don't know that much about horses, so I'm trying to figure out how would that work.
Yes, sir. Obviously, we've got a strong agricultural industry in Georgia now. As we well know, it's the #1 industry in our state. And what this will do, it's not an immediate impact. It's not like it's not here today and it's going to be here tomorrow. Just like any other business, it will take time for it to grow. But as this industry grows, the agricultural need for the farms that Senator Watson over here, Senator from the 11th, Senator from the 11th has to grow hay and grow feed and that type of thing is going to grow more and more. And of course, the horse industry is based a lot on shavings and wheat straw and that type of thing. And of course, the senator from 24 is going to be able to sell more hay to them. And so that's where all this comes from.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the question.
Senator from 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does my friend yield for a question?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
On an event that's for a horse racing event, who sets the odds? Is that going to be done by the Georgia Lottery?
No, sir. What it would do, it would be, as I understand it, it will be just like this, just like a football odds and all that right now are set by the FanDuel or the DraftKings type people. The odds will be set by those people.
So a booking agent would set the odds?
I don't know if that's the type. I don't know if that's the type word you use or not.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator from 21st.
Senator Yield,
Yes, sir.
back in 2012, we cut funding for Hope Scholarship, and that really did create a need for needs-based. But now that we're fully funding Hope, and then with this extra $1.1 billion, we will be able to fully fund not only Hope, but pre-K. Wouldn't that make needs-based a moot point?
Yes, sir. It seemed to me like it would, and I think I think through a lot of our stuff, our committee meetings, we really are zooming in more and more. And not to say that education has not all been important. It's extremely important. But I think we're finding more and more about how our children are being challenged and the literacy rates are low. So this will just allow more money to go through the lottery and into our children.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank y'all. Favorite vote on Senate Bill 57.
Recognize Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill brings a lot, and I've spoken about it a little bit, but I want to remind us of a couple of things. Every morning we say a pledge, and that pledge is, excuse me. Every morning we say a pledge for wisdom, justice, and moderation. And interesting, I looked at Webster, and it said this: wisdom is hence having the power and discerning and judging correctly and determining between that which is true and that which is false, between what is fit and what is proper. Justice is the virtue which consists in giving to everyone that which is due, but practically conforming to the law, to the principles of rectitude in dealing with men with each other. Honesty, integrity in commerce, and in mutual consent. Moderation is the restraint of violent passions and indulging in appetites. Interesting, the issue of moderation in pleasures and exercise. Courage, the quality of mind that enables men to encounter danger and difficulties with firmness and without fear or depression of spirit, valor or boldness. I want to address the issue of gambling, and I want to start with a story. There was a king who said he wanted his people to know the truth. He wanted them to know the truth, and he sent his wisest men out to gather that truth. They brought him back a volume of books, and he said, "Gentlemen, that is too much." He said, "Go again and try. Bring it back less." They brought him another volume, single volume. He said, "They'll never read it. It's too far, it's too thick. Try again." They came back with a booklet. He said, "They still will not hear it." He says, "Bring me back a sentence that will be the wisdom of the ages." They came back with this: there's no free lunch. And I believe that America was founded, I believe that Georgia was founded on a work principle, that you work for that which you have. And gambling has a problem, and we're going to talk about those. It's a bad business. You say, why is it a bad business? Well, in a normal business, a good business is this: you exchange something of value for something else of value. I go into Chick-fil-A. I give them my money, they give me a Chick-fil-A. I go in and ask for a Coca-Cola. They give me a Coca-Cola, I give them money. There's value for value. I buy a car. It's value for value. The issue with gambling is there's always a loser. There can never be a winner without a loser. It's impossible. The game's there. And the other part is this: the house always wins. Number two, it steals an already limited workforce that is needed in Georgia for us to continue to be number one in business. The number one problem in the number one state to do business is labor and workforce. We need those in businesses that are win-win businesses in that respect. Number three, money from gambling is not needed to raise revenues because we already have seen this. We have surpluses, and we are returning money to our citizens even today. Number four, gambling is also addictive to many. Gambling is a disorder that is defined by an uncontrollable urge to keep from gambling despite its toll it takes on your life. Gambling means that you will be willing to risk something you value in hope of getting something even greater. Gambling can stimulate the brain's reward system, and much like drugs and alcohol, it leads to addiction. I was talking to someone and a family member, and he was addicted to gambling. They lost their house, their home, their cars, and ultimately the marriage that went forth. Number five, gambling is financial foolishness. It's not a wise thing. You would never go to a financial planner or someone and say gambling's a good thing, because you know what? There are too many other options. It's wasteful of resources that are entrusted to us. Now, gambling apparently is considered dangerous to some degree because you have to be 21 years old to play or even to enter into a horse track. That should say something to us that we recognize there is a danger to gambling. It's not family friendly because you can't take your children to a horse race really, or at least into the areas. This one really bothers me. Number seven is our collegiate sports. We have 2 national championships back to back, and I know there's a lot of money that was placed on those games, but I do not believe that players that are on that field should have the pressure of knowing gambling is available and what's going on there. And here's the issue. There's gambling going on as we speak. There may be gambling going on about this bill, whether it's going to pass or not. I don't know what the odds are, but I can guarantee you they're gambling somewhere. And this phone is gambling wherever we go. It's going to be open to our children as we see the sports gamblings come forth. Because of the danger to children, you'll remember I handed out a piece from Mothers Against Gambling. I think we should consider, maybe we ought to have courses in high school that are given and talk about the dangers of gambling. We teach our kids a lot of different things, but there's a gambling addiction that's there, and it's not the best way to do with it. Maybe we need to do that, I don't know. They need to understand that the house always wins. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that gambling is bad for Georgia. It's bad for families. It's bad for children. It's bad for business. And it's just plain bad. It goes against wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage, and the principles that we pledge to on a regular, every morning basis. And I believe it's not good for the citizens of Georgia. And I would ask that you vote no. Thank you.
You have a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator from 37th, you wish to speak?
Gentleman yield.
Yield? Yes, sir.
When my son went to college in another state, coming in as a freshman, his freshman roommate, as a newly turned 18-year-old young man, was wholly and completely addicted to sports betting. As a young 18-year-old. Now that state, as a minor, sports betting wasn't, quote, legal, but he was wholly or completely addicted coming in as entering college freshman. What would you tell that young man's parents? Why is Georgia doing this if we understand the addictive and corrosive impact that gambling has on not just adults but on young people? What would you tell their parents?
I think when I say this, we know this, that right now we don't need the money as far as the need issue from that standpoint. But with this young man, he's already been addicted to it. He's going to have help. He's going to lose money. And unless he can break the habit, one of the things that was not talked about is how do we deal with those who are addicted. And it is addictive as cocaine. It's addictive as alcohol in that respect. And therefore, we've got to deal with those people. But you're correct, is that young people are so tied to so many things, and especially because of this, they are tied to their phones. And if you look at the gambling stuff that pops up already on so many of the sites that are open to young people, and Newsweek had an article, if you remember, same thing that was there. We need to be on guard and understand what they're walking into.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I'll yield.
One of the principles of the free enterprise system is that in the marketplace, people serve each other. They work, and that both sides can benefit from a transaction. That by serving you as a customer, you're made better, I'm made better, and that we both can be benefit from it. Is that not how the free enterprise system works?
That is a true statement, sir.
Why is it then that if we're considering casino gambling, where we know statistically the more you play, the more you lose, because the numbers guarantee that, why would citizens what would we as elected officials, applying wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage, want to encourage citizens to participate in an activity that they're going to lose statistically, and it only pays a small margin to our public interests?
Your question,
Yes, sir.
as I hear it, is that what I was saying is even to educate people to know that. I know in one of the committee meetings, I believe, it was said that only 6% of the revenues came from those who were not problem gamblers. That tells us that they prey upon those who have problem gambling. That came out of one of the presentations that was done. And I think we have got to realize this. Georgia is blessed as a state. We are a state where people are coming and they look at our state, and one of the things we don't have is heavy gambling. What happens where that gambling comes into play is what goes on around them as well. It's not good for the community and otherwise.
Gentleman, further yield?
Further year.
Is Georgia 40th or 50th in the nation in which to do business, or are we in a different place in terms of our business-friendly climate and the vibrancy of our economy?
We're the #1 place to do business, sir.
How many years have we been the #1 place in which to do business?
I believe 9 years, sir.
How could we become #1 place in which to do business for 9 straight years without gambling if gambling's so important to our future? How could that be?
I was reading an article the other day, and it says one of the things that companies look for when they desire to move businesses into state is they look for a family-friendly environment, good educational system, and stability from crime and otherwise. And I believe that Georgia is that. It is stable. It's great. It is a great place to have business. It is a great place to raise a family. And we've seen that with our growth and the people who want to come to Georgia. And that's because of the environment that we have here.
So one last question is, so to the senator, if we apply wisdom, justice, and moderation, wouldn't it be advisable that we have the courage to vote no on Senate Bill 57?
I believe that would be a correct statement. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Yield.
I yield. To my friend from the 4th,
Yeah. How many children you have?
I have 6 children.
And where do they do? Where did they go to? Any of them go to college? Anything?
All of them went to college.
Did they accept a Hope Scholarship?
Some did, some didn't.
So the lottery funds help fund your children's education.
Small part of it.
Don't you think the lottery funds also help fund a lot of your constituents' children's education?
It funds my constituents' education with the lottery that's there, but I don't believe that more gambling is healthy for our state and for our children.
Do you further yield?
Further yield. Yes, sir.
Would you think that the lottery has been beneficial to Georgia, and the opportunity to expand the lottery would also be beneficial to Georgia?
If I think this, I do not think that chasing more money to situations solves the problem. I would much rather see work-based programs where people are working, and my kids work through school, work through projects. I believe that one of the issues that we have now, we have a failure ratio in the Hope Scholarship that's fairly high. If you look at coming back in the second year, part of that is an issue that a B is not a B across the state of Georgia, and we see people failing after the first year. And I think that's something we need to tighten up and spend our money wisely rather than allowing our dollars to be spent on education when these young people are not committed to get through college. And when it's free money, I hate to say it's kind of like this. When our children are spending mom and dad's money, they spend it pretty freely. But when they have skin in the game, it makes a difference. And I believe that every program we have should have some type of involvement where they play a part in what goes on.
Do you further yield?
Further yield.
Senator, do you feel like that you have done something wrong by allowing your children to accept lottery funds when you're so against gambling? Isn't that just like taking money from the gamblers and spending it for your own personal needs? I mean, that's what's so hard for me to understand here.
If it's hard to understand, here's what I will tell you. I pay a lot of taxes anyhow that go to the state. And I figure this, if I can take the law, I'm going to use it to the best. But I had children that went out to school out of state. I got no hope. And there are people who have no hope.
No,
so
you
that
always
portion,
have hope. We
What's
always
that?
have hope. We always have hope.
we always need hope, but I will say this, the other part is this. We need to spend people's money judiciously, which we have through gambling, because there's also many people who, and I just say this, when you go to a convenience food store on payday in a lot of areas, it's sad to see people who are taking their dollars that are cashing their checks and putting money out. I don't think that's the wisest statement and the wisest use of people's money that's been worked for and hard work for.
Well, I'm just very disappointed that you're so against gambling, but you were willing to take money for lottery money for your children. If you were so against it, you should have never taken money from the lottery for your education. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Senator.
sir. Appreciate that.
Senator, you have one more question. Senator
One
from
more
the
question.
21st.
Okay,
Thank you,
you.
Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Senator Gills.
Would you say the Hope Scholarship has been a huge success for our state?
Been a success? Yes, sir.
Would you say that the Hope Scholarship has played a role in us being the #1 state to do business
somewhat
9
I
straight
believe.
years?
Somewhat I
Would you
would
say
believe.
the Hope Scholarship is making it harder and harder to get into Georgia and Georgia Tech? Do you get a lot of phone calls trying to get parents to help daughters or sons get into Georgia?
We've had that talk ourselves about the number of out-of-state students that come in, who are coming in, by the way, without hope many times, and their parents are paying the difference to come into the state of
Would
Georgia.
it be good to fully fund Hope
Fully fund Hope for those that qualify.
and pre-K?
But I think that pre-K, but here's what I'm saying. What a person does not work for, when we give money away, our taxpayers, and we're running close to a 50% ratio that do not return in the second years, we need to be judicious in how we spend the people of Georgia's money that we take from them and how we spend it. There needs to be some type of responsibility to the person that takes the money from the state.
Let me further yield.
Further yield.
Do you think it would be good to regulate sports betting? Right now, we have unregulated sports betting that's being done underground with bookies, and that is more harmful to people, because I think if you had companies that could flag if somebody's got a problem, you might be able to help them before they become addicted. Would you agree with that?
I think this already with the internet, our state borders have already been, we are gambling even by the testimonies that are giving outside into Tennessee and to other states already. If we only regulate Georgia, which is a very small part of what's being owned. If they want to go somewhere else, they can go in other places. That we can't stop. But I believe that the foundational issue is this, that gambling in and of itself does not bring the best results to the state for young people and for those that are addicted. I believe it's always better to put money into businesses that are win-win situations for the business and for the person that buys, the customer that buys as well. It's a win-win situation. There always has to be a loser in the issue of gambling, always.
I do agree with you, Senator Further Yield. I do agree
Further
with you. There are people that go to Tennessee, place their bets, and come back. Who gets that revenue?
They may get it, but there's a price to pay, because they also have to pay for those people who are addicted in their states as well. They've got to follow through on that. There's an infrastructure and that has to be put in place to regulate and do all of those things. I think our workforce being as it is right now, we need people to work in industries that I believe that are beneficial to this state, where it is a win-win situation for the citizens of Georgia and for those people who are buying as well. Those other states, you and I cannot stop people from getting on the internet and betting. That is a big part of what's going on. I don't think we need to add to that.
Last question,
Okay?
Senator Yield.
Yeah.
Would you rather have your constituents bet on something that has 385 million to 1 odds, like the Powerball, or would you rather them be able to bet on a football game on a 3-point spread? What are the odds better for your constituents?
I would rather my constituents be educated well enough to know this, that the House is against them and that their money and a good retirement account and a good mutual fund is a far better bet for them long term, and to use wisdom and discernment and moderation on that portion. Okay.
Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I yield.
Sometimes when we get these bills, we start flipping through them, and you think it's about horse racing, but I see something in here relating to the lottery I want to ask you about. And I, like the senator from the 4th, want to protect the lottery. In lines 58, if you've got the bill in front of you.
I do not have it in front of me, sir. You want
let's
to
get you a
give
copy
that
of
to
the
me?
bill.
Thank you.
Lines 58 through 68, I want to ask if you'll read something with me, see if I'm reading it correctly. Right now, I understand that we require at least 50% of the net proceeds deposited from the previous year to remain in a reserve fund for the lottery for next year. If I'm looking at this bill on lines 61 through 68, we change that. We actually say we're not going to keep 50% of the funds in reserve anymore. We're going to take an average of the previous 3 years and keep that in reserve. Is that how you read that provision?
That's how I would read that, sir.
My question is, I don't know that it's intentional, but I do understand that if we take an average of 3 years rather than 50% of the previous year, we could potentially be reducing the reserve fund for the lottery. Do you follow me there?
I would agree with you, sir.
So that was my thought. But I also understand where an average of 3 years potentially could be more.
Correct.
Do you agree?
Correct.
So then I flip over and I look at these last few lines and I say through lines 65 through 68, we now are going to require a certain amount of the reserve be expended. So in the past, where we've allowed lottery reserves to build up, if it's 50% this year and we don't spend all that, we can tack on it for the next year and continue to build that reserve. Are we now saying that a certain amount of the reserve, the excess reserve fund, has to be spent every year? We can't allow that to continue to build in perpetuity for our future generations?
I would think that the chairman of appropriations is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from you have one more question,
Okay,
Senator,
one
but
more.
you're always welcome to yield the well whenever you like to. Senator from
okay.
13th.
One more. Okay.
Senator Yield,
Senator Yield, yes, sir.
I got a little question about your testimony just then regarding alcohol.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've never asked you, do you partake of alcohol? And that's neither here nor there. But there's a lot of people in this place right here that partakes of alcohol. And you said that alcohol was as dangerous as horse racing. It's killing kids, killing people all along. My question to you is, if that's the case, why don't we just outlaw alcohol? I mean, here's the problem. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. The issue I said is this: it's not dangerous. It's addictive as alcohol. It can be there. Here's the part about it: is that one is it has a financial issue. Still, it is financial money that's addicted and involved. The other is a physical issue where I take alcohol. And to answer your question, I don't drink any alcohol at all. I need all the brain cells I've got, and from what I understand, you lose a few when you take a few drinks, and I can't afford to lose anything, sir.
Senator, I have to agree with you on that. However, Senator, I got one more question for you.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't you think that the people that are having the problem with the gambling that you're describing, wouldn't you think they have a problem with alcohol also, and drugs and mental issues and other things?
I would agree with the senator that he knows what he's talking about, that when you add all of those together, it's just like this. On our college campuses, I believe that when you have enough problems there with, alcohol, girls, and all the other things, us guys have a lot of problems. Bringing gambling onto our college campuses and collegiate issues are another problem that I don't think we need. And here's what I believe: Georgia is the best place to do business, best place to raise a family, and I want to try to keep it that way.
Senator, since you brought girls into the equation, I'll just sit down.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You have no further questions, Senator. Senator from the 52nd. Wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm always full of numbers, so I hope you can follow me on these. I'll talk slow, not that I don't already. I came here in 2013. That first year, the coin-operated amusement machines, COAMs, were up for a vote. I voted against it, and one of the concerns was that I didn't think they had accounting over the machines, among others, that there would be cash payouts. We wouldn't keep up with the money. Everybody was, oh no, we've got that tightened. Well, now there's been all kinds of cash payouts. The crimes are way above what the other areas are. A lot of crime this season the counties are having to deal with. And the solution I've seen come out of the House is, well, let's give them a credit card worth cash. That's how we'll solve the problem. You know, after everybody said it wouldn't. The other thing that happened that year was Governor Nikki Haley in South Carolina banned the machines, and they all came to Georgia. Looking at the numbers over the last year, the Hope Scholarship brought in about $5.5 billion, and of that, we put about $1.5 billion into the lottery fund. Now, $5.5 billion, the COAMs, if they turned in all the money that they said they collected, was $3.65 billion. 5.5 versus 3.65. You got $1.5 billion here. What did they turn in? They turned in 91 million. Well over half the amount, but yet only 1/16 of the revenue. Where you go back to it and it says we have the percentage we're supposed to be doing with the Hope Lottery. It's not up to what it should be, but it's 27%. You go to the COAM, and in the bill it was 10%. But I still can't make that reconcile, 27 and 10%. And the reason being, in the COAM bill, it wasn't 10% of the gross, it was 10% of the net. And the net's a little over 30%. So you got a Hope Lottery out here putting in 27% of the lottery fund. You've got COAMs that are putting in 3% into the lottery fund. The way I look at it, if 10% of those sales, besides all the other problems, if 10% of those sales are coming out of people that would have played the lottery otherwise, we're losing money. We're putting less money into our scholarship fund through these COAMs. So then I was looking at this bill, I'm thinking, is this going to be net gross? Is it going to be 27, 10? What's the number? 49 pages here, that always worries me. And turns out there's not a percent in there at all. They said, we're going to leave that up to those that promulgate the rules to decide what that number is. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I've never seen the promulgators around here do anything that looked good when it was all over with. I don't trust it to leave it to the promulgators. I think this bill needs some work, and with that, I'll yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Senator from the 19th. Sure. Come on up. Say something. I know you got something on your mind.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators. I rise to speak to the set of questions that I brought to the Senator from the 16th, and I apologize I wasn't able to address them with the Senator from the 4th, and that's not his fault, it's mine. But I do want to point you to lines 58 through 68 and walk through how it looks like those do. If you're for horse racing, against horse racing, I don't care. But we are making a major policy shift in this bill that doesn't address horse racing at all. Where in the past we've said that lottery reserves should remain at 50% each year and should build on each other each year. So that if we end up in a situation like we did not too distantly in the past, that we do have those lottery reserves to pull from, so the students that we've made commitments to their freshman year have the funds to still have Hope scholarships in their senior year. The policy change in lines 58 through 68, though, they changed that. They say we're not going to put 50% each year, we're going to put 50% on an average of 3 years. Could be more, could be less. But then they do say, after you reach a reserve balance in excess of the minimum reserve's 50% from the previous year, that 10% of that excess reserve must be allocated and spent. That's the definition of required frivolous spending. It doesn't say that you have to make sure you fully funded all the scholarships that Hope recipients are asking for. It doesn't say you have to fully fund some needs-based scholarship. It doesn't say you have to take care of everything in the Hope Grant Career Field. It says you have to spend 10% of the excess reserve fund balance regardless. So do we now spend 150% of tuition just because we're required by law by this 10% to do that? Do we build another building, name another name on that building, put new AstroTurf down? Why would we do that? And I don't think this is a policy provision that we have caught yet and realized was in this bill. I don't think it has anything to do with horse racing, but I do think it's something that's been pushed in this building by others for more than the tenure that I've been here. So what I would ask is, hey, because that's there, I can't vote for this. It's a policy change that I can't support, and I would ask you, as you think about this bill, to think about those lines as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Senators yielded the will. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? We do have an amendment here. I'm sorry, Senator from 32nd. Speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are a lot of issues being debated here, and the one that I raised this morning was about the welfare of the animals. And you know, I do a fair bit of animal legislation in this chamber, and there's an organization that was created by Congress, but it's the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, and the bill is actually silent on that, and so the amendment is to try to be sure that the treatment and aftercare of the horses is handled according to the guidelines of HISA, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority. If the bill's to pass, we need to protect the horses. Be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection for the previous question being ordered? Not objection. Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate the opportunity to bring this bill, and again, the whole purpose of the lottery is to take care of the education of our children, and we need to remember that, and that's what the purpose of it was set up for. So I want to also address the Senator mentioned about the gambling stuff. You know, he mentioned about mutual funds and things like that. You know, every time you invest in the stock market, every time you invest in a mutual fund, you have gambled with your money. And I guarantee you, people in this Senate chamber says, I wish I hadn't invested in this. I wish I had not invested in that. That's the thing. Another thing that just in a comical situation, the senator also mentioned that the House always wins. We got to remember the Senate always wins over the House. Thank you, and I appreciate your support for this bill. It's a good bill. It puts anywhere from our estimates are $250 to $300 million into the lottery fund. Thank you, and appreciate your support.
Senators yielded the well. The previous question has been called, and the question is now on the adoption of the amendment, Amendment 1, by the senator from the 32nd. Is there objection to the adoption of Amendment 1 from the senator from the 32nd? Without objection, Amendment 1 is adopted. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machines. Senator from the 4th, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, sir. Parliamentary inquiry, please, sir.
State your inquiry.
The spending requirement in this bill that the Senator from the 19th referred to has nothing to do with buildings. It's all based on the lottery-based funding.
Senator knows what he speaks. Senator from the 2nd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that some of us are addicted to politics and that's why we still hold on to some of our seats?
Senator, I don't doubt your ability in anything, so. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 19, the nays are 37. This bill has failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority and has therefore failed motion. We're going to stand in recess for about 20 minutes here. We're going to stand in recess till about 3:30. The Senate will return to order. Senate return to order, please. The Senate will come back to order. Senate will come back to order. We're going down. We're going to try to speed this process up a little bit. We got quite a few bills left to go, but we're staying in order right now. Senate Bill 196. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 196 by Senator Watson of the 1st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 1 of Chapter 8 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to horns, exhaust systems, mirrors, windshields, tires, safety belts, and energy absorption systems, so as to provide for the failure to wear a safety belt or safety restraints for children as admissible evidence in civil actions. The Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, the 27th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Transportation offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 196, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 1 of Chapter 8 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to horns, exhaust systems, mirrors, windshields, tires, safety belts, and energy absorption systems, so as to provide admissibility of safety belt or safety restraint usage as evidence in civil actions, to provide for legislative declaration and intent. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Georgia is number one. We're always saying that. Georgia's number one state for being a judicial hellhole. That's what we're number one in, and that's what Senate Bill 196 is about. This closes a loophole relating to whether or not, in a civil case, not criminal, whether or not you can wear a seatbelt. 95%, and actually more than that, wear your seatbelt now in an appropriate fashion. About half of all fatalities relating to motor vehicle accidents are from not wearing a seatbelt. So this closes a loophole is all it does. It is archaic, it is left over, and this helps balance the scales of justice. Mr. President, I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Senator from 35th, would you like to speak there from your desk, or you had a question? Senator from the 17th, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. My friend from the first, I wonder if you put that in your last mail piece. We always say number one state in which to do business, and most of us don't believe we're a hellhole. But I guess what we ought to say is if at first you don't succeed, try again, try again, try again. Can I get one more? Try again. In all fairness, I joke about this, my friend from the first. This debate is no surprise. We've had this debate many times. And I don't come to the well a lot, but sometimes I do feel like my role as chair of a committee requires me to come to the well. Because we've considered this bill in the Judiciary Committee. Now, to be fair, it was considered, as I was reminded earlier this morning, a few years ago, I believe, as well. Just don't remember it. I wasn't chair yet. I think it may have passed the committee once. And then none of us can remember what happened on the floor, whether it got out or it got out so bad nobody wanted it anymore. But that happened several years ago. And then I believe 2 years ago, it came back to the Judiciary Committee, and it failed. And I don't take offense if somebody wants to bypass the lawyers on a lawyer bill. I can't blame you. If you can't pass it with lawyers sitting in the room, then you don't want to go back in front of the lawyer committee. So I don't take offense. We were busy enough. I'm not asking for more bills. So this year it comes back again from the Transportation Committee. That's pretty good. It's about driving cars, I guess. But it failed there too. But wait, it came back up somehow and got past there, and here we are today. I say that to say, here's why this keeps coming back up. Better than that, here's why this keeps failing. They'll all tell you when you run for office or you're looking at issues, you need to have your elevator speech ready, right? This one is tough to talk about in an elevator if you're against it. The speech is easier from the elevator standpoint to just say, why should a jury not know about seatbelts? Shouldn't a jury know that? Shouldn't a jury know everything? I'll give you win on that elevator speech. But here's how it works in actual courtroom. If this bill passes, when a child is killed in a car accident or a child is hurt in a car accident, the first question that you're going to have to answer is whether or not you had that safety belt right in the car seat. So what does that mean? That means that you, as a person that may be trying to get damages to help an injured child have a life after being hit by a drunk driver, you have the burden of going and paying for an expert to download the black box, get it put into evidence, and then defend yourself at trial and say that seatbelt was just right. There's a reason that juries don't hear everything. There's a reason this law exists. So if you believe that people that are hurt by drunk drivers in your district should have a burden in a courtroom of proving they had their seatbelt just right, vote for this bill. Let me put it another way. What this bill really is about is assumption of the risk, okay? The idea of this bill is that when you get up in the morning like I do and drive up here to the Capitol, or you're putting your kids in a car seat, you have a certain burden yourself. You have a burden of protecting yourself from somebody driving drunk on the roads. You have a burden of protecting yourself from somebody driving with too much cocaine in their system, or any cocaine in their system. You have a burden of protecting yourself from somebody that's going 100 miles an hour in a 35 mile per hour speed zone. That burden's on you, so you better put your seatbelt on, because legally, that's your burden to protect yourself. That's what this bill is about. So the elevator speech may be tough on my side, but I say it depends on who you're in the elevator with. If you find yourself in an elevator with a mom who lost a child in a car accident, you might want to take the stairs instead. Thank you.
Senator from the 31st, would you like to come to the well?
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't really think I was going to have to come down here and have this discussion, but I guess I'm going to come down here and have this discussion. I do thank the senator for the first for this bill, and I love my brother from Henry County, but I totally disagree with you. As someone who has actually, had a loved one, my younger brother who was killed by a drunk driver 21 years ago, actually tonight, taking the stairs ain't always so easy. At the end of the day, this is about the biggest picture. Me and my mom weren't worried about, what was the settlement we're going to get from the insurance company. We weren't worried about, it's past that. And in the bigger picture, if we're going to protect the consumers and we want to protect those putting the seatbelts on, then we're really just going down the wrong road of what this is about. If we want to protect consumers, then let's help consumers. Let's educate consumers. Let's lower the cost. I know in some cases this bill has even touched on the trucking industry. But let's not be funny or think it's a joke when, at least for me, having lived that night of having APD come to your door, having known that your brother was killed and then finding out later that he was killed by that seatbelt. And if he wasn't wearing that seatbelt, he'd be standing here with me in this chamber today. And I know the senator from the 35th, you feel me, you get me, and you know it. So if we're going to talk about policy, and I love all my attorney friends in this room, it's bigger than the courtroom, it's bigger than the commissions you make, it's bigger than all of that together. And if we don't change something in this state that benefits everybody in this state, excuse my language, Mr. President, why the heck are we here? Come on. Thank you, Senator from the first, for taking this on. And I hope everybody votes green. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. And the question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 24, the nays are 30. This bill has failed to received the requested constitutional majority and therefore is failed. Senate Bill 114. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 114 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to incorporate the city of Buckhead City to provide a charter to provide for boundaries and powers of the city. The Senate Committee on Slogo General recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Again of the 47th District Chairman. Slogo General offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 114, a bill to be entitled an act to incorporate the city of Buckhead City to provide a charter to provide for boundaries and powers of the city, to provide for a governing authority of such city and the powers, duties, authority, election, terms, vacancies, compensation, expenses, qualifications, prohibitions, conflicts of interest, and suspension and removal from office relative to members of such governing authority, to provide for inquiries and investigations. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I'm here to discuss SB 114, Buckhead Incorporation Bill. I'm one of those individuals, like my friend from the 30th and some of the others, I love reading history, love reading the Stoics, love understanding about war and life in general. But my friend from the 27th gave me a quote the other day inadvertently as we were in caucus. And it was, "They could have, but they didn't, so we will." Local government could have solved this problem, but they chose not to, so it fell into the lap of this body. Since this legislation was dropped, my cell phone's not private. I've received phone call after phone call after phone call. The vast majority of them in support of this legislation, and several not in support of the legislation. And in many cases, you could tell the difference by the language that was used. But again, my cell phone's public, my email's public, and I'm not running from anybody. But I assure you, at the end of last session, I had no idea that I'd be standing before you today presenting this legislation. But during the off season, two things happened. I kept getting phone calls, and problems kept occurring. And I thought, well, surely they'll get it because they want to handle it there in Atlanta. And then the first day of this session, the local newspaper here in this city had a story on there about terrible housing, about how landlords weren't doing their job, about how miserable it was, all of these problems. And they were looking for the state for an answer. And I thought to myself, well, gee, I thought we were supposed to stay out of the way because they had the answers. So why now do they want us to step in and help them solve their problem? Because they said that they could handle it and we needed to stay away from it because they had it under control. And I will tell you, I will yield and tell you that the current administration has done a better job. They have done a better job. But I got to tell you also, the standard was low. I don't know anybody that could have done a worse job than the administration prior to the current administration. But what the people from the Buckhead area told me is that they felt that the city viewed them as one way. They viewed them as 20% of the population who brought 40% of the revenue into the city of Atlanta. And as long as they were getting their 40%, that the ATM that they call as Buckhead would just keep on running and that nobody would stand up for the city of Buckhead. And listen, we all know that politics can be a blood sport full of egos, closed mind, and self-centered motives. And we all know, those of us that have spent a long time in local government, not protected under this building covered in gold, but those of us that have participated in local government, we know that those egos and closed minds are never displayed any better than in local politics. I truly believe that we have reached the point where we are today because city leaders and elected officials who felt that they could ignore the concerns of their taxpayers without being watched, because that group of taxpayers only represented a small portion of their population. The problem with this theory is that these leaders failed to remember that Georgia has a strong history of disgruntled citizens who break away from counties and form cities in order to establish their own identity when they feel their voices are not heard, nor do their opinions matter. Full disclosure, when this started, I was inundated with phone calls, emails, and text messages from our friends in the media wanting to talk to me about it. I referred everybody to Senate Press because I didn't want this to become the chaos that it has once again. I received calls to go on a couple of national television shows to become part of the fodder, and I told them no thank you. That's not what this is about. I met with the individuals that want to start Buckhead City, and we discussed the issues they had. I met with groups that oppose Buckhead City and listened to what they had. The other day, another group showed up here. I went out, spoke with them for a while, had to come back in to address an issue, went back out and talked to them. One of the people in that group said, "You proved me wrong." And I said, "How?" They said, "Well, I bet the other group, the rest of them, that you wouldn't come back out." And I told them, I would rather sit at a table with those that disagree with me than those that agree with me, because I tend to learn more from those that don't walk lockstep in what I believe. And I still believe that. I thought we were moving in the right direction. I was waiting any day now to hear the city of Atlanta to come out with a plan. We had a committee meeting the other night, the second committee meeting. And I want to thank the chairman of state and local government for putting himself out there and allowing for open, honest meetings with those who support Buckhead City and for those who oppose Buckhead City. He put himself out there and was banged up by both sides and ran a great meeting, and I appreciate that. But during the first meeting, someone from the mayor's office got up there and told about what he and others in leadership in Atlanta felt that giving the people in Buckhead City an opportunity to vote, the damage it would cause. And so I asked him, has the mayor sat down and met with these disgruntled citizens? His response was, the mayor will sit down with anybody, anytime, any place. So I asked my question again. Has the mayor sat down with the disgruntled citizens? He said the mayor's not afraid to meet with anybody. And I asked him a third time. And every time he answered in the same way, which all three of his non-answers meant no. And there's been plenty of opportunity. We were in a committee meeting. We're in session. This should have been done a long time ago. But you know who did meet with the mayor? I did. I got a phone call on a Friday asking if I had time to meet with the mayor on a Monday, and I said I did. They said, what time? And I said 7 a.m. I made sure that Department of Public Safety was downstairs. The mayor and his legislative liaison came in, a very nice lady that we're all familiar with here at the Capitol. They came up to my office, and we had a good meeting. And I told the mayor at that time, I said, I'm not looking for a fight. I'm just speaking up for people who don't feel they've been heard. And I thought we had a really good conversation. Until later that day, when the local newspaper ran a story about the mayor coming up, and the mayor said he was shocked that I would want to have a meeting at 7 a.m., as if I was trying to set him up for something. And then he said, and I think I almost beat him to his office. And I realized that this wasn't about Buckhead. This wasn't about the city of Atlanta. This is about juvenile politics. Because let me tell you, the latest I've been in my office this week is 5:30. 2 days ago, I was in my office at 4:30. I get more business done in the morning than I do in the evenings, because I have a bedtime that's earlier than most. So I don't play tricks on somebody. I don't play games on somebody, and I certainly don't do it when I'm representing a piece of legislation that gives Georgia citizens the opportunity to express their opinion on whether they want to form their own communities or not, which I want to point out is something we've done in this state since Mayor Hartsfield started it way back before I was born. And in modern history, we know about Sandy Springs, and we know about Johns Creek, and we know about Eagles Landing, and we know about Villa Rica, and we know about all the other successful and unsuccessful attempts at starting cities and at de-annexation. And so we're trucking along, and then yesterday a memo came out. And my phone started lighting up. They said a memo had been given to the media the night before, and here's what it said. And they were telling me what it said. It had a bunch of legal opinions on it. And then about 3 hours later, I had another memo that had a bunch of legal opinions that were opposite of the legal opinions on the memo that came out. Because let me tell you, you know where case law comes from? It comes from three people. It comes from an attorney representing this opinion, and then an attorney representing this opinion, and then a man or woman standing in the middle wearing a black robe. Because you know what? Whether you believe in evolution or not, get into law, because it evolves. Things change over time. We've had decisions handed down from the U.S. Supreme Court that people said, no, 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 30 years ago it was this way. Well, guess what? It's not 30 years ago. Law changes. Things evolve. So the memo gave an opinion, and I respect the opinions on the memo. Correction. I respect the opinions on the memos, both of them. They both made valid points. But this is very simple. This is an incorporation bill. That's what it is. The one thing I've gotten the most comments about from the side that does not agree with this, including people in this caucus or in this chamber, was the mayor's salary. And then I sat and watched some of those same people come up here and justify $400,000 for a Superior Court clerk for charging $35 to fill out an application that I know the senator from the 28th can fill out in his sleep, and I know anybody else that's ever worked in a congressional office can fill out in their sleep, and they do it for $0. But we're up here championing for $400,000, and then people are getting upset because somebody that wants to create a city that provides 40% of the revenue to our state capital wants to pay somebody for their first 4 years a salary over $200,000 to stand up that city and then reduce that salary. My problem is this is an ugly cake covered in a whole lot of icing. Everybody's got a reason why they don't want to. They don't want to give these people a voice. They don't want to give them a hearing, and then you stand up here and yell for voters' rights and yell for how you support the little person and all that kind of stuff. Do me a favor, just tell the truth. Say what it is, because you know what it is. I know what it is. It's about color. It's about green. I'm going to say it again. It's about color. It's about green. It's about money. None of these problems could not be solved. To make this happen would require 4 pieces of legislation. We've got 2 right here. So do you think if these 2 passed 2 today, get through the House and get to the governor's office that in July we're going to cut the ribbon on Buckhead City, you know that's not what's going to happen. But the city of Atlanta has been running a campaign against these citizens since the first ideas came to fruition. And it's been an ugly campaign. When these people tried to get together and get a feasibility study done, they had to go outside the city of Atlanta to get a feasibility study. They had to go to Valdosta to get a feasibility study because they were turned away in the city of Atlanta. So what did they do? They went to Valdosta and they got the feasibility study, and the feasibility study came back and said yes. But it still wasn't good enough. The ultimate problem with this entire fiasco is that there's a bunch of citizens who want to be heard, and there's not an administration, there's not an elected official, there's not a city hall that wants to sit down and have a conversation with them. And listen, I know there's personality issues on both sides. I've met people on both sides of these issues. I've spoken to every one of them, and I'm going to tell you, there's folks on either side of the issue that if they needed me to change their tire for them, I would. But if they asked me to go to dinner with them, I would politely decline, because I just don't think we would meld well together. It's not about personalities, it's about rights. It's about people wanting to be heard. And listen, we can talk about crime, we can talk about potholes, we can talk about not picking up the trash, we can talk about homelessness, we can talk about all the other ugly things that are involved, and they're all out there, and they're all real. But the bottom line is, before we can solve any of those problems, the elitists, the people who feel that they are in office but are not obligated to the constituents in their communities, the Democrats, the Republicans, the independents, those who don't vote, those who do vote, those who can't vote, until they realize their obligation to those individuals, then crime's going to keep doing what it's doing. And listen, I know somebody's going to come up here and they're going to talk about crime statistics, and they're going to say, hey, you know, I notice a decline in crime statistics and all this other stuff. Well, let me tell you, if you start looking at FBI crime statistics, you better open up the hood and look exactly how they do them, because they're always behind or they're always ahead because of the way they report. The FBI does not do partial crime statistics. If you go to APD's website and look at the crime statistics there, it is the best law enforcement website to look at crime statistics. But looking at week by week crime statistics in the month of February do not give you a clear picture on crime statistics. But I've spoken to several people over the last 2 months whose vehicles have been broken into and thousands of dollars worth of property has been stolen, and those people work inside this building. These are people that serve with you and me. So you can be disgruntled about a group of people wanting to start something that we've always done. You can champion a vote against it. And if it fails, you could run to the end zone and spike the ball. But I'm going to tell you, all you've done is shown that you are more important than the people we're here to serve. All these individuals are asking for is an opportunity to vote. Last year, we gave 5 communities that opportunity. 4 of them said no. That's an 80% failure rate for those of you who quit taking math in high school and went to the other side of the campus. All they want is an opportunity to vote. That's all they're asking for. And anytime someone asks for something so small and the response they get is a hurricane of propaganda, misdirection, untruths, and politics, in law enforcement, we call that a clue. Apparently, they have struck the nerve somewhere. So understand this, no matter how you vote on this today, once it's all over, not only do the individuals that want to start Buckhead City or want to vote on Buckhead City, not only will they look at the light next to your name and decide whether you support them or not, What happens when the next group of citizens want something different? Had some lady call me on the phone, and she said, what if I came to Catala, Georgia, and I tried to organize for y'all to incorporate? I said, ma'am, you'd be more than happy to come to my house, sit at the table, and have a cup of coffee, and we could talk about it. She said, would you support it? I said, absolutely not, but you're absolutely welcome to come and do it. Because that's the way we do things, not only in the state of Georgia, but that's how we do things in the United States of America. So the only line I've discussed in this entire thing is the mayor's pay. And the reason being, this is boilerplate legislation. This is not rocket science. We've done this over and over and over. And you can get up and talk about the geographic locations. You can talk about all this other stuff. The bond attorneys for Atlanta says it's terrible. The bond attorneys for Buckhead City says, no, this is viable. And they give their stats too. Simple bill. Very simple. All you have to do is vote. And your vote is either for the citizens who want to be heard or against the citizens who want to be heard. It's not complicated. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Senator from the 37th, you wish to speak?
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it's an honor to stand today as one of the members of this body, or as this General Assembly, not in this role, but in a previous role, that has proudly voted and supported for the creation of the city of Sandy Springs, Dunwoody, Brookhaven, Johns Creek, Peachtree Corners, South Fulton, Mableton, and the cities that weren't approved by their voters, such as East Cobb, Vinings, and others. I have proudly stood my entire time in service for the prerogatives of citizens to be able to vote for themselves, an opportunity to govern themselves. As we think about the movements over time, over history, we could talk about with soaring rhetoric. I won't go too far today, but I will tell you, I stand today not because I believe the votes exist in this chamber in 2023 to create the city of Buckhead, but because I believe the will exists in the city of Buckhead that over time, when time is full, when time is right, there will be a city of Buckhead one day that will be distinct from the city of Atlanta. I say that because as we hearken back in history, other movements of people that started small, we can hearken back to a great world leader. Think in early 20th century India. A leader in early 20th century India who led his nation to independence, Mahatma Gandhi said, first, they ignore you. Then, they laugh at you. Then they attack you. Then you win. The issue of people in Buckhead being ignored, not having their streets policed, their needs addressed by a city, is not new. They're in a circumstance in a city with 12 districts and 3 at-large members that the people in the city of Buckhead vote for some representatives, but ultimately they're controlled by a majority they can't vote for. The people that vote to make decisions about who's put in responsible charge for their police is voted by a majority of council members they, in the city limits of Buckhead, cannot vote for. They are a minority among a larger city that doesn't have the ability through the democratic process to affect change in their area. You know, the idea that the people of Buckhead are being laughed at right now, the idea that they can come together based on a solid study that proves 2 very important things, that they've got the funding and a business model that could be successful, and a reality that I think nobody in this chamber would deny, that the brain's capacity, the civic capacity in the city of Buckhead exists to be able to run a competent city. You know, sometimes measures have come before us and the question's been, is there enough leadership in the city or this area to really have a coherent city that can function and operate moving forward? Does this area that's being contemplated for a new city as it comes before this General Assembly, do they have the funding model that they can be sustainable moving forward? I think even the opponents of this proposition recognize that the civic capacity exists in the city of Buckhead to be able to come together, organize, make decisions, fund their city, and make decisions to hire leaders that can run a functioning city. The idea that this idea of de-annexation is called what? What's the term we've heard? The pejorative term we've heard? It's been called secession. That's sickening to me. It's a pejorative term that's intended to sort of slant the conversation. It's not probative to the details. It's simply, it's attacking the very people that are trying to do it. In the 1950s, when most of the area, which is now Buckhead, was annexed into the city of Atlanta, it wasn't universally supported to do that. I want us to ask ourselves the question, if the city of Buckhead was not in the city of Atlanta today, but was an unincorporated Fulton County, if they were the last unincorporated island of Fulton County, would there be opposition to these people being able to form a city? Would there be opposition if Milton had incorporated, Johns Creek had incorporated, South Fulton had incorporated? Would there be opposition to these folks being able to come together in the boundaries and the area that's proposed for the city of Buckhead? Would there be opposition to give them a shot? I think the answer is no. We have municipalized the city, Fulton County. The issue is an issue that's legally significant, but not ultimately determinative. And that issue is they're currently part of the city of Atlanta. Now, the citizens who were born in Buckhead, young people that are in 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, as they're growing, they're taking their civics classes, even young adults that are going off to college. I don't know that many of them really understand the distinction about being in Atlanta with an Atlanta address or outside of incorporated Atlanta but still with an Atlanta address. The idea that they're part of the city is significant in the delivery of services. It's significant to us as members of the General Assembly to understand this. I'm not trying to trivialize that. But fundamentally, if there were an important reason and a consensus that they ought to be their own city, the General Assembly should have power to make that happen in conjunction with the voters deciding that for themselves. So the first thing I want to do is I kind of wrap up here, Mr. President, as we think about this. The city of Buckhead's not going to be created today in this chamber. But the idea that de-annexation is somehow secession, somehow that it's some sinister scheme that's fused with hate and all kinds of prejudices, and I reject the premise of that. Let's give the folks in Buckhead a chance to decide for themselves that they're willing to go through this difficult process, to work through this process of de-annexation, and should they choose themselves to do it, someday they can be their own city. They can be their own area, their own municipality, where they don't face decisions where they're voted on by people they can't vote for themselves. A couple representatives in a city where the majority they can never vote for because they're not in their ward does not represent representative government. So, Mr. President, as I yield the well today, I just want to urge you to vote yes today for Senate Bill 114, not because Buckhead will be created today, but because this process we're starting on, first they were ignored, then they were laughed at. They've been laughed at for a couple years now. Now they're being fought and opposed. But friends, if we believe in representative government, if we believe that when in the course of human events it becomes necessary perhaps for these people to separate themselves from the bounds which they have with the city of Atlanta, should they not have the opportunity? Should they not have the opportunity, whether they represent my political beliefs or your political beliefs, should they not have an opportunity to decide for themselves, yes, to representative government? They're being laughed at now. They're being attacked now. Hopefully someday they'll win, and I hope that starts right here today with a yes vote on Senate Bill 114. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm used to losing. I've lost for a few years straight now because I'm a Democrat in the General Assembly. I cared about it a lot more when I first started because I came in, I got elected. Y'all remember what it felt like. And I came in, I introduced bills. I really wanted hearings. I wanted to be involved. I wanted to help govern. I wanted to be part of the process. But that's not how it always works. You learn to start taking your L's, not just policies you don't want to pass, but policies where you go to the well because you really care about the policy. You want to argue for the opposite of the policy. So you go to the well, you speak passionately. And for the first year or two, when I was in the House, I believed that if I spoke passionately enough, if I made the right arguments, that it would change the outcome. And it often did not. It almost never did. And you start to learn how to appreciate losing. You start to realize that there's more to this job than just wins and getting things done. You have to realize there's more to this job, or else you go insane. Can I get a what from my Democrats? But with that time and with that, pressure making you into a diamond, or not at least, the lump of coal you came in as, you start to become a little wiser about what this is really about. You start to go back to your communities for town halls and realize that connection you have with your constituents when you go talk to them directly, that's the single most important part of your job. You realize that even if you can't win, even if your district's preferences don't always get voted, you realize that just listening to them, just hearing them, is what matters more than anything else in our representative system. And I realized after a couple years that the one thing I have that's irreducible, that all of you enjoy as well, is the privilege, the honor of speaking for your residents in your districts, your communities, the people you know, the parents of the kids who go to school together. You know your district better than anybody in here. I want to thank Lieutenant Governor actually for the opportunity to do this debate today. Because I think what you have communicated with your voters, if you're leaning towards the yes vote, in some sense, and I would agree is correct, that we deserve to be addressing big questions. That if people are mad, if people are angry at how their government is working and they want something different, what is the solution if they don't feel their representation is delivering? The reason I started out by talking about losing in the General Assembly is because I want you to know that when I say that I hear and respect the idea that there are people who are disgruntled with their government who wish it could be different, trust me, I understand. And it's always difficult and hard to go back to your voters when you lose and say, sorry, I just couldn't get it done. I don't like debating Republicans in general elections who get to say, if you elect me, I'll be part of the majority and I'll pass more bills. This guy won't be able to, because they're right. I don't like that. That feels bad. But I keep coming down here, I keep beating my head against the brick wall, speaking my mind and trying to vote my district, because that's the job. When people write me about Buckhead City, if they disagree with my position, I try to write them back. I don't get to everybody. But what I want voters to understand is even if they're on the minority side in my district, even if they support the creation of Buckhead City, that even if I disagree with them, I hear them. And I think the mayor of Atlanta officials have largely taken the same posture, which is the system's not perfect. The system doesn't always reflect your preferences, your approach at every opportunity. But that's the system we've chosen. My friends across the aisle often use the phrase, we don't live in a democracy. We live in a republic. Now, a lot of times that's like a cheeky line thrown around in a debate and we get get into it, but I really listen to that too. And that means something. And to me what it means is you don't always sway back and forth with a change in a poll, public opinion. We have a role here. As much as you can cast what we're doing as elitism and we're in here and they're out there and we're separated from voters, as much as there's a lot of truth to that, we are still representatives in a republic. And there are times when we are called to hold the line on some popular impulses that just won't work out. Not about philosophical ideology disagreement necessarily. Sometimes there's things, there's facts, there's details that we're privy to because we've got research offices and we've got experts and lawyers who can tell us what will actually happen if we follow a popular impulse. And at some junctures, we just have to hold the line. There's several speakers who are going to follow me today who are going to get into a little bit more of the nuts and bolts of really what happens in practice if we do this. I mean, we really could go back and forth and, great Senate theatrics about what it means to be in a democracy and which voters are being heard and which voters are not. I actually think a lot of that discussion is a distraction. I think the real debate today, and the debate that we are trying to be humble and transparent and factual about with our colleagues today, is how much of a disaster this would actually be from a governance standpoint, from a legal standpoint, if this thing actually goes. It is the kind of thing that is so egregious that it does invoke that role as Republicans, small r, members of a republic who have to make the tough decision to not always go with every bit of popular pressure. There's been a lot of discussion from the first two speakers about self-determination and voting rights. This idea that we've made a bunch of cities in North Fulton, that this has happened over and over again. No, and y'all know this. We have never de-annexed a city in this way. We've just never done it. We have incorporated new cities from unincorporated territory, and that has avoided all the practical problems, from schools to bonds and you name it, that you'll hear about today. But the history is that we've never done this, that this is entirely new, and using the rhetoric of popular democracy to try to cover over the practical obstacles to doing this is an abdication of our duty as legislators, straight up. I represent Sandy Springs and Johns Creek. I have represented them the entire time I've been in the General Assembly. Sandy Springs is beautiful. That's where I lived for 4 years, or I did. Now I live in Buckhead. I have a condo there now. But in Sandy Springs, I have gotten to know members of the Republican Party, Democrats, local elected officials, who have taught me the value of creating the city of Sandy Springs in the way that it did. I've been a huge cheerleader for the way that Sandy Springs has done civic services, culture, events, bringing the community together. But Sandy Springs faced none of the issues that my colleagues are going to raise with you today. So it's disingenuous. We can't accept, that cannot be a legitimate argument to accept in this debate, that this is something that has happened over and over again. This is the first time that we're doing this. I submit to you, colleagues, that voters have had the opportunity to weigh in on this issue. My colleagues and I who represent Buckhead have been vocal about the unity of the city of Atlanta, and we were elected by significant margins. Now, I'm not trying to toot our own horn. I'm just saying we have a system of representative government that has functioned the way it's supposed to. And the local delegation doesn't want this. That's representative government in action. But more importantly than that philosophical argument, because I want to talk today about what happens in practice, and that's going to be our theme. Practically speaking, what happens, a new Buckhead City, were it to exist, would elect the type of people that the voters who are pushing for this don't want in charge. Put simply, it would elect Democrats, because that's what the numbers show. I don't have to show you all an Excel spreadsheet. I think you believe me on this. A new Buckhead City would elect Democrats for mayor and council positions. And they'd very likely elect people with the same ideology and priors that the city of Atlanta has been using to try to cater to all citizens' needs. And I want to be very clear. I am not dunking and saying, oh, Democrats, ha-ha. I'm saying that the expectations that voters outside Metro Atlanta have for a new Buckhead City are not realistic expectations. Again, in practice, the type of government that would emerge is not what those voters are trying to accomplish. So as representatives in representative government, I'm asking you to see that. Putting all the ideology, all the high-minded rhetoric to the side, this project will not do what its advocates say it will on so many fronts. And that's the message we have for you today. I'll wrap up just by saying this. You know, look, I'm the first one to make lawyer jokes because lawyers can be some interesting people. I am one. I know a bunch. We're a quirky, weird bunch, and we've got, very specific perspectives that come with being lawyers. But I'll tell you one thing I like about lawyers. We've dedicated our professional careers to the rule of law. We care about whether these systems work. We care about whether democracy functions, again, for everybody. And there's some rhetoric that was up here in the well today about You know, it only takes 3 people to make case law. One of them's got like a black robe, and I think the phrase that the last speaker used was legally significant. These are sort of, you know, shorthand, sort of dismissive statements to talk about the entirety of the rule of law. I mean, think about the deference we give our Supreme Court when they walk in, when they sit down at the state of the state or the state of the judiciary. Think about the respect that we show our judges, many of whom came from our ranks. And we recognize how important and distinct their function is. The legal arguments against this are not just another talking point. They're not just media for your mail. They are the real practical meat and potatoes of governance that we swore under oath that we would come here to execute faithfully. And look, I don't want to just get all defensive because I have a law degree and I've dedicated my time to thinking and acting this way. But this is real, y'all. This is not just another political bill that we pass and message on. This is playing with fire, y'all, in a really serious way. And if there were ever a time for y'all to join a coalition that includes a lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans to say, enough is enough on this. We've given this air. We've given this idea discussion. But it's not just legally significant. It's not just a person in a black robe barking orders. This is dangerous. And with humility and respect for you and your decision making today, and for the relationships that we've started to build as I've joined this chamber, I'm asking you, please, please, please hold the line on good government and on representative democracy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Senator from the 47th, if you'd like to rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for my colleagues for indulging me a little bit. You know, our good friend and our caucus chair in the Republican caucus asked some of us in the Republican caucus, he said, give us a song and give us the artist. And he said, we want to use that as your walk-up song. And they didn't ask why. They just said, what's your song and what's your artist? So I picked Prince Rogers Nelson. Said and my song is 1999. Now, most of y'all know I'm an engineer. And as an engineer, we get trained in, okay, let's identify the problem, and then let's recognize there's a problem, and then solve the problem. And, you know, during this process of talking about Buckhead City and enabling legislation, which will be the next bill that we'll deal with, and I won't come back up and promise you I won't talk about it. But both of them are appropriate here. The reason I chose 1999 as my song was that was not the year I managed the first local government that I was in, but it was the second local government. And that was where I watched the most dysfunctional local government in the state of Georgia, right here in North Gwinnett County, the city of Sugar Hill. The people there were so frustrated. They had seen a shambles of their local government. And one of the things that, for me, the reason I learned so much about what was going on there was inside of a 6-month window, they hired me to be their fourth manager in 6 months. When I look at that, what that means is those people finally voted out all the elected officials in their local government. They said, we're tired of this BS, and we want to put somebody in there that's going to make our lives and our community better. The people fought for what they felt was right. And for me, they did it the right way. They went to their local elected officials and challenged them to make things right. For me, I can tell you, I sat through 2 days and several hours of hearings on both of the next pieces of legislation that we dealt with, along with all of my committee members. And I want to applaud them because we heard good and bad, but we heard frustration. The frustration level that I heard in that committee meeting was only topped said by the frustration of those that couldn't speak. And I want to compliment, I know that our senator from the 21st, our senator from the 27th, our bill sponsor, the senator from the 29th, but most importantly, I want to brag on our president of this body, our lieutenant governor, Burt Jones, for the tremendous job he's done to give these people a voice. He promised these people, he said, I will make sure that we get a vote on this legislation in the Georgia Senate. Nobody can tell you how a vote comes out, but he's been a champion to get these people a voice to be heard. Now, I also want to do something a little unusual. I want to brag on our current administration for the city of Atlanta. Mayor Dickens came in last year, and I promised Mayor Dickens, I said, Mayor Dickens, unless you work to solve the crime and infrastructure problems in Buckhead, I'll be the first person that signs on to these pieces of legislation to create a new city. You know, we heard from Chief Shearbaum that came and spoke to us. We've heard a lot of great things that have gone on in the last year. Is it perfect? Hell no, it's not perfect. Will it ever be perfect? No, it'll never be perfect. We don't live in a perfect world. But at the same token, these people that I heard from, I will promise, and I'm going to look at that camera up there, I will promise you, I will work to make sure that your voice is heard, that you know what's going on in our capital, and I will work with our administration with the city of Atlanta. And a lot of people say, well, what's the administration in the city of Atlanta? I don't know if everybody in here knows, but the people in Atlanta elect one mayor and 16 council members. I don't care how you count the votes, but the people in the proposed city of Buckhead can't vote for a majority of those members. But one of the things that, just like us as state senators, I tell people all the time, if you live in Georgia, you're a constituent. If you live in the 47th district, you decide how long. For me, I want to try to make sure that those people's voices didn't fall on deaf ears. I want to make sure that we hold the city of Atlanta accountable. We work to get the right officials in office. We work to make sure that things are happening. I'm going to tell you, this legislation for me, it's real troublesome. I know that everybody in here has a big heart. You wouldn't be in the position that you're in. But if we jerk that heart out, we're all going to die. If we jerk the heart out of Atlanta, which is Buckhead, said the city of Atlanta will die. I don't want to see our capital city die, but at the same token, I know we've got to fix it. And this is where the opportunity is for us to continue the progress that we've had. We have a partnership. You know, 20 years as a local government manager, I tell all my folks, I said, when we look, you've got folks that you vote for at home, and the closest thing to you may be your homeowners association, might be your city, could be your county. You go up a little further, you have a little less input. You vote for those state officials. You vote for legislators and constitutional officers and what have you. Probably where we have the least amount of voice is on the federal government. You know, the numbers keep going up. But for me, I'm proud of our lieutenant governor for bringing this forward, to having those people have a voice. I want to brag on him. This bill is one that I cannot support. I chaired the committee that it came through. But at the same token, I want to make sure that that voice doesn't fall on deaf ears. So please work with me to hold the city of Atlanta accountable. Because 1999, I learned how important it was to have that voice in your community. That's when it hit me that I said, in the city of Sugar Hill, those people were mad, they took action, and they cured the problem. They fixed their city. Today, I'm going to brag on the city of Sugar Hill. They're the most thriving community in North Gwinnett County, and they do a tremendous job, and they have taken back their city. And I'll encourage the city of Atlanta to do the same. Thank you. I'll yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Senator from the 13th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I live 150 miles from the city of Buckhead. Whatever happens in the city of Buckhead truly will not affect my district. I guarantee you, whether you vote for it or whether you don't vote for it, it won't affect my district. But I've been here now for 3 years, and I've heard nothing but people crying out for what? The right to vote. That's all I've heard. Give us the right to vote. Give us the right to vote. Now, the people in Buckhead that send me texts and emails every day, and I'm talking about hundreds of them, I bet y'all aren't getting any of those, right? But hundreds of emails are saying, if we get the vote, it's going to fail. No matter worry about it. If you allow City of Buckhead to vote, the vote's going to fail. Well, if that's the case, then let it fail. Well, here's what we're doing, folks. We're doing something that we've all been accused of, and that's suppressing and disenfranchising voters by not giving them the right to vote. When we can give someone the right to vote, we have done our job. We have carried our ability forward. We have allowed our ability to go forward to allow these people to have a voice in what goes on in their world. Not my world 150 miles from here, but their world. And whether you were elected in Buckhead or Fulton County or Crisp County, you still represent 159 counties, boys and girls. We represent them all. That's our job. We represent them all. And I tell you this right here, I say this with all that. Are we guilty of not allowing people to vote? Is that what we're saying? That we're going to sit here and say, we're not going to allow you to vote, even though you need the right to vote and you have a legitimate concern, and we hear your voices crying out every day saying, please allow us to vote. Once again, if it fails, I'm going to sleep good tonight. I bet you will too about it. It doesn't affect my district, but it affects me because I represent people in Georgia, not just my district. I represent people in Georgia. And I'm going to leave you with a quote, and this is the quote directly from the ACLU. Voting is the cornerstone of our democracy and the fundamental right upon which all our civil liberties rest. You can't say it any better than that. Let the people vote and put this issue to bed. I yield well, Mr. President.
Senators yield as well. Senator from the 39th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The civil rights movement emanated from Georgia, and Atlanta led the way. From the beginning of time, civilizations have been tested. Birmingham was the capital of the South, and while they were burning, Atlanta came together and found a path forward. The ties that bind us are as important today as they were when President Lincoln famously stated, "A house divided upon itself cannot stand." I'm a 25-year resident of Atlanta, and I'm a resident of Buckhead. My daughter is a student in our public school system, a school that's located right in our neighborhood, in Atlanta Public Schools, not across the county in Fulton County Public Schools where she would have to go if this bill were to pass. My husband and I raise our children here in this city. We live and work and play in this city, this modern city, this modern economy. As a matter of fact, the 8th largest economy in the world, with nearly $400 billion in economic output, is Atlanta, Georgia. 16 Fortune 500 companies, Atlanta, Georgia. The capital city of the #1 state to do business in the entire country, Atlanta, Georgia. The capital city and the heartbeat of that #1 state to do business, Atlanta, Georgia. The #1 ranked city for Black-owned businesses, Atlanta, Georgia. The one of the biggest tech hubs in the country, Atlanta, Georgia. the center of the $4 billion Georgia film industry, with 23 movies filming right now in the city, Atlanta, Georgia. Top-ranked private and public universities and colleges attracting students from around the country and the world, Atlanta, Georgia. 3 Super Bowls, multiple All-Star games, college football playoff championships, NCAA Final Four, men's basketball championship, and the upcoming 2026 World Cup, all in Atlanta, Georgia. The college football, we can boast the College Football Hall of Fame and the SEC Championship, Atlanta, Georgia. On New Year's Eve, my family and I watched as our national championship Georgia Bulldogs won the 2022 Peach Bowl in another undefeated season, sending them to the College Football National Championship. And where was that game? Right here in Atlanta, Georgia. Why would we jeopardize all that? All of us here today recognize that Atlanta has its problems, just like every other city across the state, including yours. What do you tell your kids when things don't go their way? As the mother of 3 kids, I tell them to stay in the game and don't quit. Work with the people, work with your colleagues, work with your city leaders to fix the problems. Don't just take your ball and go home. You have lots of paper on your desk today from businesses, local, state, and regional organizations, all telling us that this legislation would be bad for Atlanta and bad for Georgia. We've seen the legal questions that have been raised and asked, and there are major questions, as you've already heard, to the legality, the constitutionality, and the practicality of breaking apart this city. So I look at my colleagues today and I'm asking, why are these bill sponsors pushing legislation that creates divisions and puts up walls? Imagine if legislators who do not represent your city or your county were to do the same thing. Imagine if legislators whose insight came from a small group of people in neighborhoods in the city were the ones proposing to split up your city, and on the cheap. Should this move forward, you could expect that one day, whether you're still here or not, the same thing could happen to your city next, where you would be stepped on and stepped over, and your delegation would be disregarded. We are, in fact, the people that were elected to represent our neighborhoods, our community, and our city, and this state. And as fiduciaries of the state, that's something that we should all be concerned about. My friends, we cannot cavalierly decide when we are united and when we let divisions break us. Atlanta is the capital city of the South. It's not in Alabama, it's not in North Carolina, it's not in Texas, it's not in Tennessee. It's here in Georgia. And here in Georgia, we build things up. We don't tear them down. So the world is watching, and how we react, how we vote, and how we lead will define this body and its members. I ask you to vote no on this bill. Thank you very much. I yield the well.
Senators yielded the well. Senator from the 28th, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. The author of the bill, Senator from the 29th, touched on earlier my previous job before I got elected here, and many of y'all know I served in a congressional office and worked for Congressman Len Westmoreland. And Congressman Westmoreland was full of one-liners, and many of them were very humorous, but if you scratch just below the surface, there was a lot of wisdom in those one-liners. And I can remember one day we were having meetings at the district office in Noonan, Georgia, and we had talked about a certain topic. I don't even remember what it was at this point. Met with this group for a good hour. I took probably 3-4 pages worth of notes. And then we leave the office and we're going to to a lunch meeting. And we're pulling into the restaurant, and the congressman says, well, Matt, what's this meeting about? And so I look down at my notes and look on the calendar, see what it's about. And turns out it was about the exact same thing. We were having a meeting about the exact same thing. And I said, well, boss, it looks like we're meeting about the same thing we just talked about. I said, well, do we even need to have this meeting? And he gets out of the car and he looks at me. He says, son, everything has been said, not everyone has said it. I'm going to say that again. Everything has been said, not everyone has said it. And so I thought for a minute, what in the world is he talking about? What does that mean? There's some wisdom in there somewhere, but what does that mean? And I came to the conclusion that it's my job as a public servant, and at that time, I was just a little field rep, but I was a federal employee getting paid by taxpayer dollars, but it was my job to listen to everyone. And that was a defining moment for me, because one day, I didn't know if I was going to be elected, but that one day did come where I did get elected. And I remembered those words of what he said to me. And I try to remember those to this day. And I hear a lot of the same stuff. We, as elected officials, hear a lot of the same stuff, but from different people. But it is our job to listen. That is our job. And so we come to this juncture here, this debate. And I'm going to disagree with my friend from the 14th, my fellow North Campus colleague and alum, that the rhetoric really is about democracy. The rhetoric, that's not a distraction. Because we have a group of people that are represented by an entire city, by elected officials, and by public servants that were not elected, but are still being paid by taxpayer dollars. And they are public servants, and these people feel like they are not being heard. The city of Atlanta is not listening. And so this bill that we're debating today, it may fail right here tonight on this floor. It could by chance get across the hall to the House, to where it very well could fail over there. But there's still a chance it could get to the governor's office, governor's desk, where he could veto it. And then it could still, by some miracle, maybe get to the ballot, where, according to all polls, it may fail. But guess what? This issue will not go away until the city of Atlanta starts to listen. They have got to listen to their citizens. We just heard the senator from the 39th, the only senator in this body that lives in the city of Buckhead. We just heard her come down here. I'm sorry, one of the senators that lives in Buckhead. She just came down here and talked about how great the city of Atlanta is. And guess what? I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'm going to agree. I think the city of Atlanta is a great place because I believe in this state and I believe in our capital city. But the city of Atlanta did not become great because they didn't listen to everyone. The city of Atlanta has listened to everyone for many years, and it is time they do it again. Because like I said, this issue will not go away until they first listen and then start to seek solutions. Because people are hurting, people are scared, and because they're not listening, we're having to get involved. So City of Atlanta, if you're listening, listen to them. Listen to us talk for them, and then actually go listen to them. And then find solutions. Thank you. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Senator from the 53rd wish to speak.
Mr. President, thank you for the well. I hope I'm the last one on this debate. The hour is late, and all day long today, I have voted no. Every single vote, red light on the board. A lot of people say, we don't understand you from the Northwest. Why do you keep pressing that red button? And all I can say is all the legislation today, in my humble opinion, did one of three things. It either raised taxes, it either increased spending, or it increased regulation. And all three of those things, Mr. President, I believe take away from freedom. Freedom from citizens. So this piece of legislation, Mr. President, brings me great optimism. Because this piece of legislation is about one thing: freedom. You see, my friend from the 14th brought up the little r, the republic. Mr. President, this gives citizens to decide whether they want another republic or not. You see, the republic that they live under now, they have frustrations with, Mr. President, and all this legislation does is give them the opportunity to go vote and decide whether they need a new republic or not. Simple. If they vote it down, so be it. But, Mr. President, the people of the Northwest will never get in the way of any citizen when it comes to choosing how their government will be, right? Government is supposed to be for the people and by the people. The people of Buckhead, they tell me they're not feeling represented in the republic. About the time session got started, I was driving through Lindbergh, Mr. President, and I saw two vehicles with my own eye at a red light crashed into one another, and both drivers had left the scene of the accident. Doesn't seem like a very safe community to me. But yet you go to a mall like Lenox, Mr. President, and you see little stickers on the sides of police cars that says this is a Buckhead Community Police Car. Just the thought of them having this type of an election has incentivized the city of Atlanta to do something. Mr. President, I ask my fellow members to support this bill. Give the people of Buckhead the right to petition their government. And I yield the well. Thank you.
Senator's yielded the well. Senator from the 6th.
Colleagues, I rise today in strong opposition to SB 114 and 113. We'll consolidate this debate, I hope. And I won't be repeating too much of what's already been said by the other representatives of Buckhead. But I felt compelled, as the senator that represents 60% of the proposed city's boundaries, and campaign on this very issue, to talk to you about the concerns of my constituents, which are the residents of Buckhead. I want to acknowledge that my constituents do have concerns about public safety and services, and their concerns are very real. And I appreciate the senator from the 29th for raising these concerns. However, their concerns are really no different than what I've heard from Georgians across the state, which is why we've had so many bills in this chamber that have focused on public safety this year. So the question to me, when it comes to SB 113 and SB 114, is whether this legislation, whether this proposal is the solution to those concerns. If what is being proposed is as common and normal and is just like every other cityhood movement, then why do you need the drastic changes that we see in 113? If it was just a normal cityhood movement, then why do you have attorneys both in this building and outside this building warning us that it's not possible? Well, the reality is, constitutionally today, it is not possible to divide the city of Atlanta, given the complexities with its schools, with its debt obligations. And I've seen proponents of this legislation say that maybe it's something that should play out in court. But colleagues, as a former school board member that dealt often with children and taxes, I can tell you those are two things you do not want playing out in court. The stakes are simply too high. And if we were to pass this, it would be nothing more than a gamble, with my constituents facing the ultimate consequences. The proponents of this bill have had 2 years to figure out how to legally get this done. They've had the time and allegedly the resources, and they still don't have answers to some of the most obvious questions. And I saw the response to the well-reasoned memo the governor's executive council issued. And I'll tell you, I don't know about y'all, but if I were a gambling man, I wouldn't be placing my bets on the promises of Bill White that this will all work out. I want to focus for a couple minutes on what is in the bill and what's not, and why this is bad, just not for Atlanta, but for everyone across this state. In 113 in particular, you have a couple issues. For example, the water and sewer system would be sold for about $200,000, including one of the largest water treatment plants in this region. Water treatment plant that actually provides the water to this building. Parks and buildings would be sold for $100 an acre, $1,000 a building. Every cash account, every investment that the city of Atlanta has would have to be divided on a pro rata basis, which in this instance, with the city of Buckhead City, would be about 20%. Why is that important? Because that's a hell of a deal for Buckhead City. Some might say that it's a steal. New cities that are incorporated from unincorporated areas, which have been mentioned, don't get those kind of benefits. So what that means is people in municipalities across Georgia will be incentivized to de-annex their neighborhoods. Even more disturbing is what's not in this legislation. As I mentioned, kids, schools. About 60% of families in Buckhead attend Atlanta Public Schools. There is no plan for those children to continue with APS. According to this legislation, 5,000 children within the city of Buckhead City would not be eligible to attend Atlanta Public Schools because there is no legal mechanism for that to happen, which means those kids would be in Fulton County and lose their programs and their teachers. And then an additional 3,000 students would have to be redistricted within Atlanta Public Schools. Another thing that's not in the bill, how to handle local option sales tax revenues. Because the city of Buckhead City would be a new city, Fulton cities, including Johns Creek, Milton, Alpharetta, Roswell, and any other city in Fulton County would have to split local option sales tax proceeds with this new city. So any projects in those cities would either have to be canceled, reprioritized, or those cities would have to raise taxes or fund those projects independently. And the last but most important point is that there are over $6 billion in revenue bonds that are court approved and cannot be changed by members of this legislature. These bonds are made up of airport, water and sewer, and Beltline debt. And some of them have provisions that would allow bondholders to call the debt if the revenue or tax base for Atlanta was at risk. These bondholders, which tend to be pension funds, retirees from across the country, invest not only in Atlanta municipal debt, but they invest in debt across this state. They would have two options. They could literally call the debt, or they could sue. And if they were to call the debt, even if a fraction of them were to call the debt, it would break Atlanta's budget, forcing the city to raise taxes, and even then would likely need a bailout from the state. So while most of your constituents, colleagues, may not care about what happens with Atlanta or Buckhead, they will care when municipal and county projects are more expensive and their taxes go up because the bond market will price in the risk of any given city or town losing its tax base. This would, in fact, amount to incremental tax increases, not only at Buckhead, but across the state. Colleagues, I want you to consider the words of Governor Kemp's own counsel, who wisely outlined these exact same concerns and said, quote, "The unique constitutional and statutory challenges they pose to the skin of the body politic, and that this legislation would, quote, retailor the cloth of governance of Georgia's municipalities in ways that will ripple into the future of unforeseen outcomes." This isn't simply about Atlanta. This is about good, sound policy and what's best for the future of this state. And my friends, this legislation is not it. We all want to feel safe in our communities, to know that our children are cared for and have every opportunity in this world. We want to make sure that we have access to quality public services, and my constituents want that just like your constituents want it. And I commit to you, my colleagues in this chamber, that I will continue to work with the residents of Buckhead, with city officials, with members of this chamber, to ensure that these things happen not only within the city of Atlanta, but in the Buckhead community specifically, and across the state. And I also want to make clear one last thing. Progress has been made. And I know that the only way we continue that progress is by staying focused and not dividing ourselves. That's why it's imperative that we remain united, working together. And it's in that same vein that I ask you to join me in voting against this legislation. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senators yielded. Senator from the 5th.
Dear colleagues, I had no plan to come and speak over here. Normally, I don't come and debate how I vote or how you all vote. I vote my conscience. My people voted for me to come in over here to speak for them. But I've been listening today, some of the nicest words that I have heard from my colleagues from the other side of the aisle, like little people, disenfranchisement, ACLU, less people vote, group of people not heard, citizen to decide, concern, voting rights. I didn't know when you all became Democrats. That's what we've been talking all these times. So, I mean, that's just, it wake me up. When you talk about decide, I just want to remind some of my colleagues, when I got elected, I had a little issues in my district, and I want people to decide to vote. And I didn't get no allies. My folks weren't even allowed to vote to annex or de-annex Little City in Norcross in my district. I just want to remind you all. And suddenly, anyway, I just want to remind you all, that's what I'm here to say. And talk of little people, I don't know if little people, I've seen a lot of little people in the city of Atlanta, but I don't think I've seen a lot of little people in Buckhead. Okay? Anyway, I just want, just wake me up when I heard this word. And thank you for mentioning all this word, okay? Appreciate it. Mr. President, I yield the word.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. About 18 months ago, I personally took a keen interest on the concerns that I was hearing from the people of Buckhead. And I wanted to hear what the issues were, and what the solutions were. Some of it was very genuine and sincere, and some of what I was told was simply not true. I want to begin by thanking the senator from the 29th District for his conviction. We agree 99% of the time, but we will not today. And that's okay, because we work in a collegial body where we can disagree without disapproving, where we can move on to the next issue and lock arms and do what is right. I also want to thank the president of our body, our very own lieutenant governor, who gave people not only a voice, but has been an honest broker with all parties. And we need more leaders like that in our nation. Now, I'm going to warn you, I'm going to offend an awful lot of people in the next few minutes, because I'm going to be very honest. I'm going to tell the real history and talk about some solutions. And I have some concerns about some of the behavior recently, and I hope that people will rise to a better occasion. Now, I love the facts because they have no emotion. It's kind of like math. So let's rewind the clock to 2018, because nobody was talking about this issue. Regularly watched Mayor Kasim Reed and Governor Nathan Deal on a podium together, celebrating great wins and successes for our region and for our state. Issues did arise, but they were dealt with quickly and efficiently. But in the summer of 2020, that all changed. Protests led to riots, talks of defunding the police, the actions of dehumanizing and attacking the police, making them fearful for their lives and their jobs. Remember I said I was going to offend some people? The former administration of Atlanta was oblivious and absent. The former police chief of Atlanta was incompetent and unaccountable. People were hurt. Businesses were destroyed and damaged. Citizens, families were scared. And it did not need to happen. And this didn't just happen in Atlanta, folks. This happened across our state and across our nation. Make no mistake, it was wrong, and it should never have happened. But today is March the 2nd of 2023, coming on 3 years later. We have a new administration in Atlanta and mayor who's doing a real good job and has changed the trajectory. Now, the problems were not created overnight, and they will not be fixed overnight. However, substantial progress has been made. All of a sudden, I'm seeing Governor Kemp and Mayor Dickens up at those podiums again, announcing great successes, whether they be economic development, public safety, transportation issues, or anything else. We've got a new police chief who is probably one of the finest ever in the business. Restoring trust, building great programs, a new phenomenal training center, state-of-the-art, probably would be the best in the nation, going to be built right here in the coordination with the Atlanta Police Foundation, the business community. We started a task force a little over a year ago with state, city, county, and federal officers working day in and day out to protect this city. Many of us have either gone on one of those ride-alongs, and some of us will do another one this Saturday night, and I hope you come join us, because you will see the extraordinary work. I've been doing this for 13 years, and never have we had such a collaboration and coordination between Atlanta Police, the Fulton County Sheriff, our state officials, our federal partners. It's truly heartwarming and extraordinary to see these brave men and women going out every day. And when out-of-towners just a few weeks ago came to our state and our city to riot, they were shut down in minutes. In minutes. The reality is, crime is down. With all the other pieces of paper that you have today on your desk, you will see the ones that are the crime stats, These are the real crime stats for Zone 2, which is Buckhead. And you will see on those, beginning at 2018, not to confuse what would have happened in 2020, where we are. Let me give you a quick review. Murder is down 6.43%. Rape is down 18.7%. Robbery is down 12.91%. Aggravated assault is down 8.71%. Burglary is down 14.73%. Auto larceny is down 18.23%. All other larcenies are down 20.7%. Auto theft is down 14.15%, with an aggregate of 16.29% down. Now, I did have a few people contact me who told me that they were being lied to and crime is not down. If you do not believe our Atlanta police chief and the good men and women who are the finest in law enforcement that put this together, please come see me and I'll be happy to set up a meeting with all of us to discuss them. Now, I do understand there's perception and concerns, but we do not legislate perception, only reality. And here's part of the perception, folks. If you are living your life through the concern of the next tweet or text message you get to sensationalize something that has happened, good, bad, or indifferent, it's time to put your phone down and walk outside and get some fresh air. Constantly spinning people into echo chambers of oblivion is the problem we have with social media and people stuck in their own bubbles. Good work has been done, but more is needed. I'm going to agree with the senator from the 28th. The city of Atlanta, you need to do more. This is 20% of your population, and you need to do more. You need to spend more time figuring out how to get the resources to the people that are there, whether it be roads, concerns about zoning, and continue to improve public safety. And I feel confident you'll do that. The next things I want to talk about are facts and polling. First, to all my friends here in the GOP and anybody who's listening, you do know that Buckhead's a Democrat city that voted overwhelmingly for that other person who lost overwhelmingly to our governor. Just want to make sure everybody knew that one. Numerous sources, as pointed out by others, has showed the negative impact for the bonds. We have, at current count, 537 cities, and later this year we'll have 538. This puts every municipal bond rating in jeopardy now and in the future. The best poll, as was mentioned, the best poll, showed 61% of the people don't want this. There's so many major issues that have been outlined about the schools, certainly the issues the governor's office outlined, and all the major real estate holders don't want this. Interestingly, though, there was a primary ballot question for the Republican Party. I certainly voted for it. Well, I voted on the ballot. But it said one simple question: do you support the city of Buckhead to have a referendum? And it passed overwhelmingly. Well, you know, a couple nights ago, I met with a big group of GOP folks. And I asked them, I said, raise your hand if you want Buckhead to have the right to vote, and every hand in the room went up. And I said, okay, keep your hands up. You know this is an overwhelming Democrat city that voted for Stacey Abrams. Uh-oh. All the hands went down. Then I said, and you know that this puts the bonds and the credit rating at risk for all of the cities that you live in, which will cause you a tax increase. All of a sudden, people were shaking their heads no. So if we're going to ask a question anytime, whether it's on a Republican primary ballot, a Democrat primary ballot, or anywhere else, there has to be a little more truth in advertising. Let's ask the real question, not the one we're looking to debate and answer, because I could put one up asking for peace on earth and goodwill toward mankind, and I'm pretty sure it would pass overwhelmingly. Folks, there's so many letters on our desks. In my 13 years of being here, I've never seen so much opposition to one thing. This makes no sense politically, operationally, or financially. So what are the next steps? How do we really fix the problem? It's time to drop the angst and the egos and start working together. And this goes for both sides. There is no winner or loser after this vote is taken today. There's not. But it's a chance to start working together. And working together isn't calling people names and attacking them and saying, how come you didn't meet with me? On both sides. Now, I am actually actively working, and I've shared it with many of you, on plans to fix this problem, to bring people together, to take the stakeholders who have a legitimate concern and passion and put them to work to be a part of that solution moving forward, to create transparency, honesty, and communications. Senator from the 47th is right. You can fix these things. It won't be the first nor the last in our great state. So today I'm going to vote no because I'm a resident of Fulton County. I'm going to vote no because I'm the chairman of public safety, and I've been working awfully hard with many of you to fix the problems. Today I'm going to vote no because I'm a business owner. Today I'm going to vote no because I'm a person committed to helping and fixing a problem. And I'm voting no because I'm a conservative. I hope you'll join me so we can finally move on. It's time to take all this energy, money and angst, and turn it for the positive and good. And I'll leave you with a great quote from President Lincoln: with malice toward none and charity for all, let's move on. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator from the 27th. This is our last speaker, unless we have a later arriver.
Mr. President, I hear the buttons being pressed as I walked up here. There may be some more folks, but we're all hungry. I'll try to be brief. Why did I co-sponsor this bill? Why is a resident of Forsyth County who has to drive down here 45 minutes every morning engage in this issue? Well, it's multifold. First of all, 51% of the violent crime that happens in my county is perpetuated by people that live in Metro Atlanta. I helped start a house of worship in Buckhead, and my family worships there to this day, over on Garson Drive. And I stay here during session. I'm having flashbacks to 2020, and it was a dark day in our city. The peaceful protests were alive and well. An 8-year-old girl was murdered in an autonomous zone. And we were being called on to say the names of a lot of people who tragically had died. But I talked about at that time that this chamber, for some reason, got awfully quiet when it came to her name. I haven't heard Ellen Bowles' name mentioned either in this chamber. She was a 77-year-old woman who was murdered just a few months ago in her home. During that time in 2020, there were 2 senators who came to this well to speak about the explosion of violent crime in this city. And the senator from the 6th at the time was different, but it wasn't the senator from the 6th, senator from the 14th. Your district didn't exist yet, but there wasn't a senator who represented your people either, because the only 2 senators who came to this well in 2020 to talk about this issue was myself and the senator from the 21st. I want to talk about, if I can, how we got here and why I'm not as confident as the senator from the 56th or the senator from the 47th that we're somehow going to magically transport our way out of the challenges that we are facing. It is still on the Black Lives Matter website today the calls to defund the police. So I understand the box that my Democrat friends have been in their inability to come to this well to talk about this important issue, because quite frankly, some large percentage of the constituency wants to defund the police. The measure to defund the police in this city failed by one vote. We were one vote away from a $70-something million reduction in the funding of the police force in this city. And I haven't heard one person, did not hear then and have not heard one person since, come to the well to repudiate that vote or the calls from that movement. And I understand it's a difficult position to be in. I don't always agree with Republicans on everything, and I don't necessarily come down here to highlight my differences with my base either, but the reality is we are in this position because politicians did a number of things. The no chase order that the former mayor put on her police officers after what happened here in 2020 was the catalyst for the bulk of what we are talking about and the bulk of the issues. And when the no chase order went back and the police were finally allowed to chase again, the number of restrictions on it made it such that chases barely happened, and our state patrol was left to go chase people all around this city because we had a mayor who was, again, boxed in by a political movement that said we have to defund the police. And I'll be honest, and I'll be charitable to my friends in the minority party. I have seen some movement off of that. I hope we can see a lot more movement off of that position because, quite frankly, it always has been and always will be a ridiculous position to say that we are going to somehow defund law enforcement. Senators from the 21st came 3 years ago almost now and spoke about his fear that business would be impacted. The World Congress Center, the trade shows, the tourism business would be impacted by the significant rise in violent crime. And because I do stay in Buckhead some, I happen to know some businesses, Senator, I want to challenge you and say I think you were wrong. Because you know what businesses are thriving? Gas valet. Gas valet is a business that has thrived that multiple gas stations have had to hire because you can't even go pump gas in Buckhead without your car driving off while you're pumping gas. So a cottage industry has arisen in Buckhead there's lines around the block at the gas stations that use gas valet because you want to be sitting in your car while somebody else pumps your gas so your car doesn't drive off. Another business that's thriving is canine units, the dog breeding business, because we now have canine units roaming around Lenox Mall sniffing for guns. If you happen to have gotten them past another industry that is now thriving in the city because of the crime, which would be the metal detector industry, when you go to walk through a metal detector to go buy a pair of blue jeans from the Macy's or the Nike store at Lenox Mall. The senator that spoke before me shared some statistics. I want to share some statistics as well. Murder in Zone 2, in the last 10 years, is up 450%. Aggravated assault in Zone 2 is up 92% in the last 10 years. You are now more likely, and by the way, when I came to the well in 2020, I mentioned this at the time, and I'll mention it again. I came at the well and said that I was a refugee from a faraway land that is now unrecognizable, and that's Chicago. And I warned at that time that once you lose a city, it is very, very difficult to get it back. I would argue that Rudy Giuliani is probably the only mayor that I've seen in my lifetime that somehow managed to get a city back. You are more likely to be a victim of violent crime in Atlanta than you are in Chicago. So let's not pretend that somehow this situation is resolved. It is not resolved. Let's not pretend that somehow the people of Buckhead who get to elect a small minority of the 16-member city council can somehow just go engage in elections and win a couple of seats and all of a sudden a sea change is going to happen. That is not going to happen. The reference that I will agree with is maybe it would have a Democrat mayor. Maybe it would have a Democrat city council, but they would be 100% accountable to the people in Buckhead. Right now, the minority of elected officials, obviously in the city of Atlanta, are accountable to the people in the city of Buckhead. The senator who spoke before me mentioned all the great things are happening. All the great things. Amazing collaboration with the mayor and the governor. Amazing collaboration with the Atlanta Police and State Patrol. I've got one question. Why do you think that is? Because of this issue. They're afraid of this issue. And what do you think happens if this issue goes away? Do we really believe that a mayor who voted to defund the police is all of a sudden just had a complete change of heart? Or do you think it's the fact that some brave people stood up and said, you know what, enough is enough, and we are going to call to have the right to self-governance, and we are going to start a movement to beg the General Assembly to give us the right to vote? I would submit to you that is the only reason this conversation is happening. And the reason I believe that is I watched and waited for my colleagues to come talk about the 8-year-old that was murdered, and this well was eerily quiet. Eerily quiet. I think that our forefathers, our founding fathers, could have waited for King George IV or King George V or King George VI when they made their grievances to King George III. But the reality is they knew that was never going to happen. They knew that they had to stand up. And the people of Buckhead deserve the right to vote. This is a difficult issue. There are perhaps some questions that need to be answered around some of the technicalities. But I think that the reality is that we need to listen to the people that have been telling us very clearly that they're living, they believe, in a war zone. When you can't go pump gas without getting out of your car, when you drive to the Publix at the end of Peachtree Battle and watch your rearview mirror to figure out if you're being followed, and then you realize you're being followed, you turn around and go home, and you can't even grocery shop, how dare we tell those people just wait for the next politician to come and fix it? And how dare we be silent? Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection for the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. I'll call on the senator from the 29th to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President, friends and colleagues. I'm a conservative, and I'm voting yes on this. But I'm something else, too. I'm somebody that's worked in a consolidated government for over 30 years. I'm somebody that's been involved in government for almost 40. I'm somebody that understands that when I got elected, I'll back up. When I took an oath as a law enforcement officer, I understood who my bosses were. It wasn't just the man that sat behind the desk on the 4th floor of the government center who hired me. It was the 200,000+ people that lived in my community. And I promise you, my boss was responsive to every one of them. Whether it was their trash can blowing in the road, which is not the job of a deputy sheriff, but when they called that number, we went there and we responded. Every time I come up to Atlanta, I drive through Buckhead, and I'm going to tell you, they're being ignored. And I think the response that we've seen has been just enough that they hope it will go away. I took a break a few minutes ago, had a cup of coffee, went through my emails, and had many of the emails, and somebody asked a question. And it was that same question: why is a senator who lives 100 miles away from Buckhead speaking up for people that live in Buckhead? And the answer to that is because no one else will. The only other person from the beginning that's had my back is the man who's standing behind me right now, and that's our Lieutenant Governor. From the first conversation we had, I knew I had a brother in arms that would stand with me and march through this. And as everybody knows, I'm not going to fight a fight that's not worth fighting, that's not for the right thing. But I'm sure not going to run from a fight when it is the right thing. And this is the right thing. And just as I took my oath at the age of 22, the oath I took here when I got my first term to serve in this body, made me responsible for the people of District 29 and every other citizen in this state who is not represented or who feels they've been marginalized and left behind. And that includes the citizens in Buckhead. It includes citizens in the east part of the state, the west part of the state, the south part of the state, and the north part of the state. If the people that they have placed in position to serve them looks at them, turns their back on them, and walks away from them. And the Buckhead I drove through when I was first elected and the Buckhead I drive through today is not the same one. I had a restaurant owner come to my office. He has over 1,000 employees, came and spoke with me. And 2 days later, I had someone that, you put your air quotes in, represents businesses in Atlanta. And I asked them, what have y'all done to reach out to the businesses in Buckhead that don't feel safe and feel their businesses are being hurt by what's going on in Buckhead? And his answer was this: absolute silence. Well, let me tell you, as I said a couple of years ago, if you need a kidney, I can give you one. My corneas aren't great, but I can give you one of those too. But there's one thing I can't give you, and that's backbone. You're either born with it or you grow it and you develop it based on the fights that you enter. And you got a tough vote ahead. So it's time for you to stand up, because I know the guy behind me has it. He's proven it. He's getting beat up over it, and he's a statewide elected official. It's easy for me because, you know, I'm going to get in my truck. I'm going to drive 100 miles to home. Now, I'm still going to be getting the emails, and I'm still going to be getting everything else, but they're not going to remember my name. Trust me. If you were in here just to serve your district, then quit voting on legislation that impacts other districts. Look at it and say, you know what, that only represents a small portion of the population of Georgia in my district, so I'm not going to vote on it. I'll let all the other senators vote on it. And we'll do that. To my friend from the 2nd, if it doesn't impact Chatham County at all, then step away. Matter of fact, don't even show up to the committee meeting. Your opinion doesn't matter if it's not in your district. That's what I've heard. Well, I'm going to tell you something. The people in Buckhead aren't being stood up for until the lieutenant governor, myself, the senator from the 27th, the senator from the 28th, the senator from the 21st, and others have stood with them the whole time. And we're not going anywhere, and this issue is not going anywhere until the mayor of Atlanta and the elected city council of Atlanta and all the people that jump on here when they hear something and they come out and fight hard and hire lobbyists to push back against this, decide that it's a real issue, and they decide to stand up and do something. I ask your support on this. I ask for a green light on this. This is good legislation. Show people you care about them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
The senator has yielded the well, and there's no other people signed up to speak. So the question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machines. Senator from the 2nd What purpose do you
Parliamentary
rise?
inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that I do have a backbone and a spine, and that's why I'm voting no on this legislation?
Senator, you are a wise man from Savannah, Georgia. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 33. And this bill has not received the requisite constitutional majority and therefore has failed. I recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that all remaining bills on the rules calendar be tabled at this time.
The majority leader has moved that all remaining bills on the rules calendar be tabled so that we can try to move through these things a little faster. So without objection from the majority leaders, is there objection? Without objection, the motion is granted. Let's stand at ease for a little bit while the Secretary of the Senate can get the bills in order so that we can, probably about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll stand at ease. I know the day's been long, but we've still got a couple of pages with us. Miss Sophia and Joshua are here, and let's give them a round of applause for being here with us. We always appreciate our pages, and those are some good ones. So we're just stand by a few more minutes as Secretary is trying to get everything in order. The Senate will come back to order. I'm looking for the senator. It's supposed to be in that seat right there, in the 28th right there. Senator from the 28th, you're up.
Yes, unanimous consent to be removed from the table.
Hey, ask for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a newbie, so forgive the transgressions there. Mr. President, ask for unanimous consent that we lift Senate Bill 215 off the table.
All right, the senator has requested unanimous consent to take 215 off the table. Is there objection? Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 215 by Senator Brasso, the 28th, and others, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend Article 4 of Chapter 18 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to inspection of public records so as to protect from public disclosure certain personal information of public employees, to remove an exemption relating to public disclosure of certain public records. The Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin. The Senate Committee on Government Oversight offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 215, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend Article 4 of Chapter 18 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to inspection of public records so as to protect from public disclosure certain personal information of public employees. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 28th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill actually may look familiar to some of y'all. If you'll remember, a couple years ago, I brought down this piece of a similar piece of legislation in this exact same code section, where on lines 31, we added federal employees to the list of government employees that could be have their names removed from public disclosure records, and that's for safety measures. In my district, we have a lot of federal employees, federal marshals, law enforcement that live in our area due to the proximity to the airport, and they've came to me with this legislation. Well, we passed it, and a couple of counties out there throughout our state are using they're interpreting it a different way, and so we're coming back and cleaning that up. So simply, all we're doing, if you look at lines 37, 38, we're clearly defining what personally identifiable information is, and we're actually including a spouse as well. So if your spouse is listed as a homeowner or a property owner on a public record like a Q Public, where they can be searched online, we're allowing that information to be removed through a process of just simply filling out a form, and we're giving that county 30 days to do it from that notice. With that, I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge you to vote for this Senate Bill 215.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator from the 54th.
Yes, Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 181 from the table.
The senator has asked for unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 181. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 181 by Senator Payne of the 54th and others, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend Chapter 25 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to the Georgia Technology Authority so as to require such authority to conduct certain fingerprint criminal background checks of all current and prospective employees, contractors, and subcontractors with access to state or federal filed tax documents. The Senate Committee on Science and Technology recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the senator from the 54th motion? Chair hearing none, I recognize the senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, this is just an agency bill for Georgia Technology Authority. It authorizes GTA to conduct certain fingerprint criminal background checks of all current and prospective employees, contractors, and subcontractors with access to state and federal tax documents. And Mr. President, if there are any questions, I will yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
I ask for your favorable consent.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognize Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to remove Senate Bill 157 from the table.
The senator has asked that Senate Bill 157 be removed from the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 157 by Senator Strickland of the 17th and others, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend titles 20, 26, 31, 33, and 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to education, food, drugs, and cosmetics, health, insurance, and professions and businesses, respectively, so as to create a pre-clearance process in the licensing of individuals with criminal records who make an application to or are investigated by certain licensing boards. The Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. Senate Judiciary offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 157, a bill to be entitled, an act to amend titles 20, 26, 31, 33, and 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to education, food, drugs, and cosmetics, health, insurance, and professions and businesses, respectively, so as to create a pre-clearance process in the licensing of individuals with criminal records who make an application to or are investigated by certain licensing boards. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 17th. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there objection to taking this bill off the table? Chair hearing none. Recognize the senator from the 17th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring you Senate Bill 157. 83% of people that go to jail in our state will one day get out and come back into society. At the same time, 1 in 7 workers in Georgia hold an occupational license. Those coming out of our criminal justice system are trying to currently navigate a patchwork system where opportunities for employment may exist, but each board looks at criminal records differently. You don't need a statistic to know that the best way to get somebody out of a cycle of crime, out of our criminal justice system, best way to make sure that it never want to join a gang is to actually have a job. We all know the challenge our state's also currently facing with workforce issues as well. What Senate Bill 157 does is it standardizes how criminal records are considered across all of our occupational licensing boards. It also makes certain that only those offenses directly related to the field being considered are examined, and the individuals are only denied licenses when it's shown they pose a safety risk in the area of employment. Third thing it does is it reforms the appeal process to make sure anybody can navigate the appeal process or deny a license. And then, to me, one of the best parts of the bill is what I call the predetermination part. It allows somebody that wants to go work in a certain industry a chance to go and get predetermination, find out before they go to school, invest time and money to work in a certain area to see if, because what's on their record keeps them from working in that area. At the same time, it also requires our boards to now publish on a website what disqualifies you from working in certain industries. And lastly, this allows us to collect data to see how many licenses are being denied in certain areas around our state. Senate Bill 157 is the right thing to do to help strengthen our workforce. It's the right thing to do for those that have shown that that deserve a second chance. It's also the right thing to do for our board members that are trying to navigate how to handle criminal records. And it's the right thing to do for public safety in our state and all those that rely upon the protections that are afforded by our licensing process. And that's why, despite all of our differences we have today and throughout this year, we've seen with this bill groups like the Georgia Justice Project, the Faith and Freedom Coalition, the Frontline Policy Council, Americans for Prosperity, Georgia Chamber of Commerce, Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, and others all come together in supporting this piece of legislation. And with that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You have one question. Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
Yes.
Senator, how many years have you been in the Senate?
I believe this is my 6th year in the Senate.
Senator, you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the discussions this chamber has had in the past concerning moral turpitude?
I'm very well aware of it.
Senator, if you don't mind, I want to direct you to line 64 of your bill. Are you aware that on line 64 of your bill, you are striking moral turpitude?
Yes, sir.
Senator, will you further yield?
I will.
Are you aware that on line 165 of your bill, you are again striking moral turpitude?
Yes, sir. If you keep looking, you'll find it in many places.
Senator, I'll just do them all at once. Are you aware then on lines 184, 185, 188, 190, 192, 194, and again on line 376, you are striking moral turpitude?
Did you get in the 800s yet? Because
No,
we got
sir.
all night, apparently. Yes, we're striking moral turpitude in many places in this law. The truth is, I have been here for 6 years, and in my time serving in both bodies, I've realized this is something we should do for a long time. But there was one person here that always blocked that. He didn't run for re-election this year. Now was a chance to get this done. Now that we have a senator from the 53rd who doesn't care about a lot of these issues.
Senator, will you yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
Can you define moral turpitude?
I cannot, and I won't try. That's probably all I had, Mr. President. You're not listening.
Senator, you do have a question.
Okay.
Senator, a good mountain man from the 53rd.
Should have known.
Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the senator from the Northwest will be voting in favor of this legislation?
I did not know that. Maybe it'll be unanimous now.
It is true.
Thank you. Appreciate your support, and I'm
You have
glad
no-
we got things right in Northwest Georgia. Thank you.
You
I
have-
yield the well.
Senator yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. The bill has received the requisite constitutional majority and therefore is passed by substitute. I recognize the senator from the 21st.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to take Senate Bill 132 off the table.
Senator has asked that Senate Bill 132 be lifted off the table. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 132 by Senator Beecher of the 21st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 2 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, relating to general provisions relative to agriculture so as to prohibit the acquisition of possessory interest in certain land by certain non-resident aliens, to provide for definitions, to provide for exceptions. The Senate Committee on Veterans, Military Affairs, and Homeland Security recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dugan of the 30th District. Senator Dugan of the 30th and Beecher of the 21st offered the following amendment, Amendment 1, to amend Senate Bill 132 by line 19, strike country of particular concern and insert the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 15, Subtitle A, Part 7, Subpart A, 7.4. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the senator's unanimous consent request? Chair hears none. I recognize the senator from the 21st to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I bring before you Senate Bill 132, and I want to let you know that I am a property rights guy, and I think you should be able to sell your property. But let me tell you what this bill does. It prohibits the Chinese Communist government from buying our farmland, our land within a 25-mile radius of any of our military bases. And don't forget, folks, agriculture is our #1 business. If you look at lines 12 through 15, that describes what farmland is. Then lines 17 through 39 describes a non-resident that is subject of a foreign government that is designated as a country of particular concern by the U.S. Secretary of State. There are 5 countries that are on the U.S. Secretary of State's list of particular concern: the Communist Chinese government, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Cuba. The reason I bring this bill before you is I think this is a national security issue. In 2010, the Chinese Communist government owned 12,000 acres of U.S. farmland. Today, that figure is 268,000 acres, with another 2 million acres that we're really not sure who owns. These are figures from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. In closing, the Chinese Communist government is playing a 30-year long game. They want to control our debt, and they want to control our food supply. This is a methodical, long-term plan. The Chinese Communist government is playing chess, and we're playing checkers. And I don't want them to control our food supply for my kids or grandkids. So I'd ask for your favorable support and consideration of Senate Bill 132, and I support the amendment from the senator from the 30th. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I will yield the well.
You do have some questions,
Okay.
Senator. Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Does the senator yield?
Yes.
Senator, is this a governor's bill?
No, it is not.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Senator from the 37th.
Does gentleman yield?
Yes.
Isn't it true that a country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, finance itself, or fight for itself is not truly free?
You're exactly right. The senator knows of what he speaks, and this is a national security issue, and I want to be sure we're controlling our food supply for our citizens.
Thanks for the bill.
Recognize Senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the senator yield?
Yes.
My seatmate. I appreciate you bringing this bill. It's very important and a serious matter. I want to be sure we get it right. You mentioned several times it's a national security issue, and I just wanted to be sure you had consulted with our Commissioner of Labor on this.
Well, I have consulted with our Commissioner of Agriculture, and he's for this bill. And I will tell you this, that Senator Tommy Tuberville has a bill very similar to this in the United States Senate, because there's a concern in Congress about this issue. Recently, the Communist Chinese government bought land in North Dakota right next to one of our missile sites, so that's a security issue.
Thank you. I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Recognize Senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the
Yes.
senator yield?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the courts have previously ruled that similar laws that have prohibited certain immigrants from owning property to be unconstitutional?
We are not eliminating immigrants from buying property. We're not allowing the Chinese Communist government to buy land. The government itself is buying land at an alarming rate in our country to control our food supply. And so it has nothing to do with people, Chinese people or any other immigrants. It is the Chinese Communist government or any government that is in those 5 categories. That's who we do not want. We do not want our enemies to own our farmland.
Recognize Senator from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes.
Senator, is this your first bill?
It is my first bill this year. So,
We hadn't seen you in a while. We were concerned, Senator, because you weren't at your desk when the president of the body had called your name.
well, last year some of my bills got put in urban affairs and I didn't really get anything out. So this year I'm in a much better situation.
Senator, isn't it true we think you're on a much better trajectory now?
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, I yield the well. Thank you.
The senator has yielded. The senator has yielded the well. We do have an amendment. I recognize the senator from the 30th to speak to the amendment.
I wholeheartedly support the bill that's before us. We just put this one amendment on there to kind of address the concerns of the senator from the 7th. And this is just the specific code section within the federal code that the Secretary of State identifies aggressive or belligerent nations that are a threat to the United States. It changes sometimes. It's right now, it's the 5 he's talking about. Over time, you hope that you have none of them on there because we're all having fun together. But I don't think that's ever going to happen. So as that code gets updated, it will update the measure in this bill without us having to come back and redo it each time. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We have here, the question is on the adoption of Amendment 1. We have one amendment. Is there objection to Amendment 1? Chair hearing none. Amendment 1 is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine.
Inquiry.
Recognize Senator from 29th.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State
Mr.
your
President.
inquiry.
Is this not true that this is a senator from the 21st first bill?
Senator have been around here a long time. Senator from 29th, I don't know. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 35, the nays are 20. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Senator from the 27th, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 29th for business inside the Capitol.
All right, without objection, the senator is excused. I recognize the senator from the 28th for a motion. Senator from the 28th, you're having problems today, aren't you?
I sure am. I can't count. I can't do nothing. Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that we lift SR 176 off the table.
The senator has moved that we lift SR 176 off the table. Is there excuse me. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 176 by Senator Brasso the 28th and others, a resolution commending Taiwan for its relations with the United States and the state of Georgia. The Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brasso the 28th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the senator's motion? Without objection, the senator is granted his motion. I recognize the senator to speak to his resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to present you SR 176, I think. Simply commending Taiwan and our great relations that we have with them, and just want to continue to grow and foster that. And I want to thank my good friend, the senator from the 33rd, as he is my co-chair of our Taiwan caucus, and want to thank all our great members out there, the Taiwan caucus, and just all we do to work with them and bring in industry here from that great country. With that, I yield the will.
Senator from the 5th, would you like to speak to the measure? Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 53rd, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the color red is the color of the Chinese Communist Party?
I believe you're right about that, Senator. On the adoption resolution, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. The resolution having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore adopted. I recognize the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to hoist Senate Bill 55 from the table.
The senator has moved that we hoist Senate Bill 55 off. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 55 by Senator Parent of the 42nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 80 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to counties, municipal corporations, and other governmental entities so as to prohibit the regulation of businesses of persons under 18 years of age. The Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the senator's motion? Chair hearing none, your motion is granted. I recognize the senator from the 42nd to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, until my constituents last summer, Tamima and Jack Ganauer, came to me and said that they had been operating a fairly sophisticated lemonade packaging and sale operation during COVID until their parents discovered it was actually illegal and then would not let them do it anymore unless they pulled the requisite permits from DeKalb County, which were going to cost about $300 to $500. Well, until the Ganauers approached me, I had no idea that kids' lemonade stands, which I've had my own children run on private property, were actually illegal under food, health, and safety codes unless you pull permits from the local government. And I, as in my official capacity, have been invited to and have stopped by numerous children's lemonade stands. Most recently, some kids in the district that were raising money for victims of the war in Ukraine. So I thought, you know what? This may not be a huge problem across the whole state, but it actually is a problem. I have placed on your desks 2 of a number of articles that I found where lemonade stands have been shut down by, I would view them as somewhat overzealous local police departments. The ones on your desks are from Midway and in Helen. And I also found out that other states were beginning to address this same issue. So, lemonade stands are a great way for kids to practice entrepreneurial skills and as well as raise money, make money, and have a little bit of fun. And we should all want to teach our children to respect the law. So we don't really want that to tell them that they should operate illegal drink businesses because they most likely will not be shut down. It would be better to just let kids, have a stand on private property, respect the law, earn these dollars, and gain some entrepreneurial skills that will serve them well as adults in the process. So SB 55 is simple. We will let kids sell lemonade or any non-alcoholic beverage, prepackaged foods, no foods baked in a home kitchen, and then non-consumable goods like T-shirts. I would love to have your favorable vote on this bill for Tamima and Jack Ganauer and all the kids across Georgia who are engaged in this wonderful American tradition. Let's share some lemonade with the kids of Georgia and vote yes on SB 55. Thank you, Mr. President. I will answer any questions.
I think you've sold them on the idea,
All right.
Senator. You have no questions.
Thank you. Ask for a favorable consideration, and I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the, you waving? Okay. Parliamentary inquiry?
Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 19th for business outside
Without
of
objection, the senator from the
Capitol.
19th is excused. He's probably worried about this lemonade vote. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Senator from the 47th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I'm curious, Mr. President, is everybody drinking the Kool-Aid or the lemonade?
It's getting late in the evening, I can tell. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. The senator from 56, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your
President.
inquiry.
Isn't it true we got more done in the last 26 minutes than the 8 hours before that?
Senator knows what he speaks. On the passes of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Man, I tell you what. That's a tough love household right there. All right. Senator from the 31st, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, I would wonder if by show of hands, yeas and nays, to reconsider the last bill.
Are you being serious right now? All right. Wait, y'all. Okay, we're going to break for dinner. Pro Tem, once again, has provided dinner for everyone. We're going to try to we ran through some bills pretty quickly. I think we'll get through the rest of these bills in pretty quick fashion after dinner. So let's break for dinner. Come back in about 7:30. Thank you. Dinner is in the Secretary of the Senate. You can pick it up right over there. Thank you.